All right, good morning, everyone. Welcome back. This time is 8:40 a.m. It is November 30th. We are back on the record. And yesterday evening, we paused in the middle of public testimony. I'm just going to go over a couple of reminders in case folks weren't here when I went through some of the instructions in the first place. So again, reminder that I'm going to cut off sign up for public testimony at 10 a.m. this morning. So you need to have a blue card submitted to board support staff by 10 a.m. if you want to be signed up for oral public testimony. If you are representing an AC, make sure that you indicate you're representing an AC on your blue card. If you would like to provide personal public testimony, if you're an AC rep, please fill out a second blue card and indicate that you're providing personal testimony. Members of the public will each be given 3 minutes. AC representatives and Regional Advisory Council representatives will each be given 10 minutes to provide their reports. We'll start the timer after you've introduced yourself. If you have a personal comment you'd like to refer to that you've submitted in the on-time public comments, please let us know that number. That's helpful. If there's an AC report number that you're referring to, again, please let us know. We'll get that information and get those documents in front of board members, and you won't be charged for that time. Once you start talking after your introduction, we're going to start the timer. You got 3 minutes. After 1 minute, when you have 1 minute left, a green light will start flashing on that little black box there. When you have 30 seconds left, that light will turn yellow, and then when your time is up, it will beep. And we ask that you respect the time, please. We want to make sure that everybody has the same amount of time and be fair to folks that are here to provide testimony to the board. Okay, so when we left off, we were with Lindsay Leyland. Oh, one other thing that I'll just add, first and second calls. So if you have signed up and I call your name and you're not here, I will make note of that and I will give you a second call after the lunch break. And if you're not here for your second call, then your opportunity is gone and you will not be provided opportunity to provide public testimony. Okay. All right, Lindsay. Is Lindsay here? Hi, Lindsay. Welcome. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm also going to keep my timer going just to know my spot. Good morning, members of the board, Madam Chair. My name is Lindsay Leyland. I am a Nushagak setnetter. I'm also an alternate member on the Nushagak Advisory Committee, but I'm just speaking on behalf of myself today. I'd like to start with the big topic of discussion yesterday, the Nushagak Mulchatna King Salmon Management Plan. I would really encourage the board to push back any decision-making until the March statewide meeting. I feel very strongly that after we received the department's action plan just a few days ago, that our community members, our commercial fishermen, our sport fishermen, our subsistence fishermen have not had the opportunity to digest the action plan and how it relates to the other proposals addressing the King Salmon Management Plan. In the Board of Fish proposals. As we all know, this is designed to be a public process, and we simply haven't had the time. It came out on the Wednesday before Thanksgiving. We're less than a week out from that. So please consider pushing this until our communities and our people have time to collaborate and mind meld on this important issue. I'd also like to address Proposal 35, minimum distance between set and drift gear. The current proposal requests a 300-foot distance. As I mentioned, I'm a set netter. Obviously, a 3 million foot distance is appropriate. I'm kidding. I think that actually 300 feet might be a bit much. I think it's going to be hard to enforce. I think it's going to be difficult for harvest capabilities, and we know we've had huge runs in the Bristol Bay region. I would be excited to see 150 feet. And I do ask for that extension because as a set netter, we and some of my beach colleagues, we have experienced some pretty serious entanglements. Drifters are simply getting too close, pushing that line a little too far, which can result in loss of fishing time. It can result in loss of gear. We've had extreme safety concerns. And there are times when we can't even go to our outside buoys and reset our nets because drifters are in our way. It'll get in our prop, it'll get in our boat. We've had several incidents over the last several years that have been really frustrating and really concerning, and just adding an extra 50 feet might solve that problem. Further, I'd like to check into 36 through 38, which are the drift tow line lengths. Again, I'm not a drifter, so I don't have a ton of personal experience with this, but I do support a limit on drift tow line lengths. After discussing with my fellow drift fishermen friends, it sounds like most of them are also in favor of some limit. However, I think 100 feet is far too short. And that's because, again, some of my drifting colleagues have said, there are safety concerns. If we need 150 to 200 feet and we need to swing our boat around, we simply can't do it. We need that little extra length. So I support a 300 or to 500 foot distance. And that is because, one, we're looking at fish quality. It's against the spirit of drifting when people have 1,000 feet of line out and they're dragging fish off the mud or that are just in inches of water. It's challenging. I also have safety concerns with that, navigability concerns when it's 1,000 feet, and I'm talking really quickly because I know my time's almost up. I'm also opposed to permit stacking. It's not in the spirit of Bristol Bay. It's not why we came together for limited entry. It puts too much money into individual people. It disproportionately affects our communities, our community members. I have opinions about 44 and 15, which I'm opposed to 15, but if you have any questions, I can address it. Thank you.
Thank you, Lindsay. Mr. Wood?
Not so much a question, but a request that should it be delayed to March, I would hope the groups you just mentioned would come back with their recommendations and not be restricted to choosing one over the other, for instance. Maybe a combination of several of those that were put forward by the department and what impact you believe it would have. Appreciate that.
Thank you for your testimony today. Marcus Hartley? Hi, Marcus, welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Good morning, everybody. It is kind of cold out there. I don't know if you noticed. My name is Marcus Hartley. I'm a fisheries economist and president of Northern Economics. We're an Anchorage-based consulting firm. Been in business since 1982. This morning I'll be speaking about document RC008, which has been submitted obviously to y'all. Our firm, Northern Economics, was contracted by Bristol Bay Economic Development Corporation to summarize data that can help indicate the importance of the salmon fisheries to Bristol Bay, to the Bristol Bay region, which is the three boroughs and census areas: Bristol Bay Borough, Lake and Peninsula Borough, and the Dillingham census area. This document that we've submitted is the executive summary of our report. The full document is another 70 to 80 pages. And if some of y'all know me, 70, 80 pages for me is a tiny little document. You know, I like to do big old things. 100, I mean, the head of ADF&G has certainly tried to get through some of my normal stuff before. Anyway, the document focuses on Bristol Bay, but it actually has a lot of information in there about other participants in the fishery, other Alaska residents, as well as other non-Alaska residents. And you know, we did this report as kind of an objective, unbiased look at the salmon fishery. And again, it is focused on Bristol Bay, the region, but it does have a lot of really good information in it. And we really, I mean, my testimony today is really to just say, hey, that document is out there. It's posted on the BBEDC webpage at www.bbedc.com. We looked at 7 main topics out there: the population and school enrollment in the region, cost of living. We looked at vessel characteristics for vessels in Bristol Bay, trends in the Bristol Bay salmon fisheries in terms of participation levels, landings, and revenues. We looked at other fishery revenues and participation of the same permit holders in other Alaska fisheries, including federal fisheries. We did a small survey of operating costs in the set and drift net fisheries. One of the things we found in that regard is that we really didn't have a very good set of data that really looks at the operating costs. The last study that we could find that did a full survey of that was a study done by CFEC that was really a great study back in 2002 or 3, I believe. And so that data has really been kind of missing. Our survey really was a very small survey. We tried to update some of that information, but I don't think I would really say that was a definitive study by any means. You know, we also looked at the economic impacts of the region itself. So with that, I don't want to get into the great details of the study, but if you have any questions, please feel free to ask me. I do encourage you to take a look at the document. We think it's got some good stuff, and it's got a lot of, actually, it's got a feature.
Marcus, thank you.
Time is up?
Time is up. All right.
Thank you very much.
Well, I would encourage you to stick around, you know, if we, through the committee of the whole process, there may be some opportunity to pull out some details that you didn't get an opportunity to highlight. Any questions from the committee? I mean, from the board? Thank you very much for your testimony today. John Carlin? Good morning, John.
Good morning, and I'm referring to Proposal 28, PC 13, and the map that was provided. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is John Carlin of Homer, Alaska, owner and operator of a family-run sport fishing tent camp on the Mulchatna River. I've been the longest consistent guide in this exact location on the lower to middle Mulchatna for the past 35 years since 1987. We are not a high-end lodge. We do not have any planes that can fly anywhere else to fish. We are permanent. This is my career and the only way I can support my Alaskan family. I'm in direct opposition to proposal number 28. We feel Fish and Game Sport Fishing Division has adequate management tools in place already to manage the King Run through the EOs ranging from reduced limits to complete shutdown, which they've implemented in some form every year in the last 5 seasons. The reason this works is because of the timing of the King Run. We do not see our king salmon until the first week of July, when historically the EOs have already been in effect before our guests even arrive. And based upon our location on the lower to middle Mulchatna, there is no way that 2 small permanent sport fishing operations could be putting excessive pressure on the spawning grounds as stated for the reason for proposal number 28. Map included shows the spawning grounds are way above us where there are no permanent outfitters. The season closes on July 24th ahead of the lower river, thus ensuring there is no way anyone can be fishing for these spawning king salmon on their spawning beds. From our understanding in the Nushagak-Mulchatna King Salmon Management Committee, in the last 3 years, there has never been any talk of a blanket closure on the upper rivers. Furthermore, the fact that the most recent Nushagak River King Salmon Stock Status and Action Plan has 4 other actions that can be implemented before the very last option of an upper river closure would even be considered. The biologists feel that they have further levers to pull. They could move the north line. They could focus fishing more in the Wood River. They could change the mesh size. All stakeholders need to do their part in this conservation effort, including the lower Nushagak River operators and fly-in lodges, such as the author of this proposal. I do not feel this conservation effort should fall solely on the shoulders of 3 small upper river users. We feel the Board of Fisheries makes good decisions based upon hard science and quality data, and we feel there is a lack of that in this proposal. For example, the advisory committee who put forth this proposal does not have accurate information on how many stakeholders are in the area. They thought there were up to 6 lodges on these waters, while on the Mulchatna, there's only our small wall tent camp and a small T111 lodge who has 2 boats. I feel Fish and Game Sport Fishing Division is not in favor of this necessarily. The biologists are not in favor of this, and public opinion is 10-1 not in favor of this. I'm wholeheartedly against proposal number 28, and I thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, John. Mr. Wood has a question for you.
Thank you.
Yeah, you just mentioned that this was proposed by AC. In my book, it shows an individual as a proposer. And when I looked on the list that we have that are signed up thus far, now clearly they can do so till 10 o'clock, that person does not appear on this list. I was hoping somebody would come forward and say what motivated the proposal to come forward.
I would also like to listen to that also, but the proposal would put forth by an individual and the AC voted on it. And that was where I was responding in regards to the AC.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, John, for being here. Just a quick question. Can you just give a brief explanation about how long you operate each year and about how many clients a year you might provide your services for?
We operate in the month of July, and that's from basically after 4th of July, July 6th, through silver season. And that we fish sometimes every other year in August for silvers in the middle part and are done by the 3rd week of August. Most of the time, we're only open in July. It's not a long period of time. And so it's, by the time we see our guests and by the time we're closed down, there's 2.5 weeks of even kings milling around that we see. Then the high water comes and they all push up into where they want to spawn.
Thank you for your testimony this morning. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Melissa Carlin? Good morning, Melissa. Welcome.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Melissa Carlin of Homer, co-owner of Alaska Trophy Fishing Safaris on the Mulchatna River, the exact location in which Proposal 28 impacts. My family has guided and worked in the area for 35 years since 1987. I speak from the perspective of a smaller voice and business on the Mulchatna. I oppose Proposal 28. We are strong in conservation. Stewardship and sustainability are a key part of our core values. From practicing catch and release, hosting biologists at our camp for baseline salmon studies to use against pebble mine efforts, to fishing influential anglers who realize what is at stake with our fisheries. They in turn have been able to contribute to the fight, both financially and politically. And through our former fishing guide and board member of the Bristol Bay Heritage Land Trust, we have collaborated over the years in efforts to support both lower river users and commercial users, all unified in one voice to save the king salmon and the fishery. I urge you to consider that there would be significant loss of opportunity for 3 permanent stakeholders who fish in the lower section of the proposed area to be closed, below the nearly thousands of miles of upper river spawning habitat. This would, quote, totally disenfranchise the smaller river outfitters who cannot fly around, unquote, as noted by the descendant in the November 9th Nushagak AC meeting, and would miss the intent of the proposal. This is not an equitable solution for all stakeholders. Moreover, Fish and Game noted in the November 9th AC meeting that the effort is relatively low and approximately 200 kings are harvested annually from the proposed area, which is not a biological concern. If anglers are not fishing the kings in the upper river, they'll just go downriver 30 miles to fish them. It seems it's one-sided, favorable to the lower river fishing groups. One stakeholder group cannot target one user over another. It just seems predatory in nature and sounds like a solution to a problem that may fit their narrative. Running the couple of guides and small operations out of business by closing the upper rivers does nothing statistically to protect king salmon, especially when they're nowhere near the spawning grounds. As noted in public comments by our return clients for over 30 years, and my daughter's public comments, they all state they've not seen a king salmon at that stage at our camp ever. In fact, previous owner and master guide has noted, as he's flown the area for 54 years since 1968 until last year, the largest number of king salmon spawn far above the stakeholders located on the lower and middle Mulchatna. In the end, we believe Fish and Game has additional protection for the upper river, beyond Nushagak Bay and the lower river, due to the early closure date of July 24th and EOs when necessary. Thank you for the opportunity to voice my opposition to Proposal 28.
Thank you, Melissa. Any questions? Appreciate your testimony this morning.
Thank you.
Thank you. Christine O'Connor? Welcome, Christine.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Christine O'Connor. I'm a lifelong Alaskan, and I hold a Bristol Bay set permit, and I've also been fishing on Ecock Beach since 1985, and have helped to raise the next generation of Ecock set netters on the beach. I'm speaking this morning in support of Proposal 41, which has two important benefits to all fishermen in the Ecock region. One, it addresses erosion, and two, it creates an easily identifiable boundary for the outer limit of our set net sites. Erosion has been significant in recent years. Surveys have shown that the bluff has receded by 146 feet since the 80s. Meanwhile, our sites have remained in the same place. Our site, for example, since we moved onto it about 20 years ago and set our outer anchoring pegs, we haven't moved, but the bluff has been receding behind us and increasing in the last couple years. So our proposal would let our site and others on the beach stay where they have historically been, regardless of the bluff getting eaten away by erosion. The outer end of our site has not gained water, so that -3 marker that's in the regulations today, we are not getting more water at the end. It's just the bluff getting eaten away behind us. The other thing the proposal does is create a GPS waypoint to identify those outer markers of our sites. And this will allow both us set netters to know exactly where our outer limit is. Today, that's measured off of the mean high water mark, which can really change depending on tide, weather, wind. It can be variable from day to day, which just creates a lot of uncertainty. This GPS waypoint would allow us and drifters to know where the edge is. So together, these two elements of Proposition 41 would allow historical sites to continue fishing where they have been for decades and introduce certainty in where these outer boundaries are. So that will, we believe, support fishermen, all fishermen in the Ecock area. And then I just wanted to put a quick note of support for Ms. Leyland's comments about taking a little bit more time to work together for communities and fishermen and experts to think about the options to handle the king salmon issue. She stated that really well, and I just wanted to add my support to her comments.
Thank you, Christine. Any questions? Appreciate your testimony today. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Kirsten Sterling? Hi, Kirsten. Go ahead and put yourself on the record and begin when you're ready.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Board of Fisheries members. My name is Kirsten Sterling. I am here representing myself, but I also sit on the board of the Ugashik Setnet Association. I am here to discuss Proposal 35. My husband Tyler and I have 2 setnet permits in the Ugashik District. Throughout our year set netting, there have been several close calls between our sites and drift boats. We have faced multiple encounters of dangerous situations with drift gear getting too close to setnet gear, and we have suffered economic loss due to entangled gear. We all know that there are inherent risks in commercial fishing, but we would still like to be able to fish with our children and crew without an unnecessary risk of getting gear caught between drift and set nets. We are in support of Proposal 35 to increase minimum distance between set and drift gill net gear from 100 feet to 300 feet for 3 reasons: safety, economic loss, and lack of enforcement. For safety, the margin of error is too small for a drift boat. The drift boat sets out 150 to 200 fathoms of net. It is hard for them to visually judge a 100-foot gap from 900 to 1,200 feet away. Trying to get that 100-foot accuracy often leads to getting much closer than 100 feet, and that's when gear gets entangled. If we as set netters are picking fish with our net over our skiff and fish or gear get caught between our net and the drift net, the 2 nets become stitched together, and then the drift boat tries to tow their net off. We are faced with a very dangerous situation that could lead to crew overboard or even capsizing our boat. Creating more distance for the margin of error will help alleviate this risk. This fishery is changing. Jet boats are increasingly able to fish in shallower waters in and amongst the set net fleet. This creates a dangerous combination of large and small craft boats in the same small area. If the boats are changing, then perhaps the regulations should change to reflect safety for everyone. Economic loss. As gear gets entangled, it almost always must get cut. We lose portions of nets, anchors, buoys, and lines. If our gear gets wrapped, we lose our entire set and the fish, making it impossible to set again depending on the tide, the current, or the allocated fishing time. If there is greater distance between drift and set gear, this problem can be avoided. Lack of enforcement. To no fault of the enforcement team, unfortunately, there is a lack of enforcement. The officers are spread too thin, and they cannot be in every district when we need them. By increasing the minimum distance, we can create a wider margin of error where it is much clearer for both drift and set net fishermen. The solution, increase the distance between gear for the safety of the fleet, to avoid economic loss, and to make it easier on enforcement. As the Board of Fish, you have many tough decisions, but as I've discussed here, hopefully this is not one of them. I ask if you would consider supporting Proposal 35. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Kirsten. Mr. Wood has a question?
One of the earlier testifiers, who also was a set netter, testified that 150-foot might serve the purpose that you described and yet not go as far as 300-foot. What's your thoughts on the distance itself?
I mean, like she also said, I'd take 3 million feet. But any increase would help us a lot. But I don't see why, even increasing by 100 feet would be better. I think 50 feet is too small, but at least 100 feet would be great for us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a quick question for you. Typically, on any given season, how frequently do you experience those gear conflicts? Is it, once, few times?
At
What's
least
your
once or
experience?
twice a season.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Heimbach.
Just a question about distance. Let's say, for instance, that the distance was increased to 200 or even 300 feet. There's also the issue that you point out here that it takes time. The troopers only issued, 5 or 6 citations, the time it takes to get out and document it with a camera. How would any of that change with a greater distance?
That's a good question. Okay. Oh, okay.
You can bring it out in committee of the whole, but,
I mean, I think just by, if we all know that it's, this much farther away, like the 100-foot distance is just, they just get so close that it's really hard to judge what 100 feet is, and they're all the way up in their wheelhouse, 1,200 feet away. So, if it's a wider distance, everyone can see, okay, that's at least 300 feet, and then we can just avoid calling in enforcement entirely. So there's, a lot less that we have to, write in the logbooks and stuff like that.
Thank you.
Ms. Mitchell.
Thank you. Do you actually call in enforcement? You said this happens about once or twice a year. So this is documented?
Yes, we have documented over the years when it's really bad. I mean, we've been hit by a drifter from their boat to ours. It's dangerous. So yes, those major ones we do document, but it gets kind of crazy, and then you document all this stuff, you get the troopers out there, then you have to go to court. We live in Salt Lake City in the wintertime. It almost ends up costing us more money to just go back to court in Alaska, So I just think increasing the minimum distance, it's just a much easier way to go about it.
Okay, thank you for your testimony this morning.
Thank you so much.
Rick Wysocki? Is Rick here this morning? Oh, hi. Welcome. You need to press that
Okay,
mic.
there we go. Good morning, Madam Chairwoman and members of the board. My name is Rick Wysocki. I am a commercial fisherman, and I've been commercial fishing out in Bristol Bay for the past 27 years, and I'm a lifelong resident of the watershed. I would also like to speak in support of Proposal 35, which increases the distance between set and drift gillnet gear. The lack of separation has been a real problem, and for me personally, I could count 4 or 5 issues I've had this past summer that affected me. And if any reasonable person was there in real life and saw what we're experiencing, you would agree there needs to be a larger separation between the gear types. As the regulation currently reads, set gillnet operations have an anchor line that is 75 feet long. So that leaves us with a 25-foot buffer under normal operations. When we factor in the anchored trip line, which is another 75 feet, we are towing our nets to straighten them out. To keep the nets perpendicular to shore, that gives us 150 feet. But that 100 feet limit is from their net to our net. So we are left in a deficit of 50 feet of possible entanglement that the regulation it's a housekeeping issue. We are, we are in a bad position of entanglement and danger because they do just tow their nets off our buoys, and it's a mess. On the other hand, when one set netter may be 450 feet from another set netter in the Nushyak district, even if there is 1,000 feet of separation, one set netter cannot be seaward of another set netter, but a drifter could fish anywhere they please as long as they maintain that 100 feet. Every year, as a set netter, we are paying the Department of Natural Resources a shore lease fee. We are afforded protection for exclusive use of that site, and the state guarantees that. The DNR has granted us protections while the fishing regulations offer us less protections. And by virtue of paying the fee for the shore leases to the state, we should be respected by this body by increasing the separation between gear types. Another advantage of gear separation is that it provides a buffer zone for the king salmon to travel through the district. As Chinook salmon are a stock of concern, any solution that keeps us fishing but grants better opportunity for kings to make it up the river system is a step in the right direction. As the proposal is currently written, I think a 300-foot separation may be a little too extreme. 200 feet for me seems adequate.
Thank you. Mr. Wood has a question. And I have
A request. I was not able to follow your mathematics, so during a break, would you make a point of getting my attention? I'd like to go over it with you.
Yeah, no problem.
So you mentioned that there's 450 feet in between set net sites where you're operating? Is that
For the
correct?
Nushyak district, it is 450 feet.
Okay. Do you guys experience drift boats in between those set nets?
Yes. So it's basically a lot of them. I mean, I have family and friends that are drifters, and we're all in the same boat. And I think 200 feet would be more optimal, mostly for safety concerns. But you see these drifters that are pretending to be set netters, and they're kind of in a gray area where they're letting their net go dry. And enforcement could only do so much. And a lot of people say that this is an enforcement issue, but by increasing the limit, we do a lot of self-enforcement because some guys fall asleep when they're drifting. And we do a friendly tow. We just grab their buoy with our tow line and make sure that their gear doesn't get into our gear. And, if they see us, they just wave. It's not, it's a friendly thing to do. And drift boats are heavy and they're unmaneuverable compared to a set net boat. So We do what we can, and we help each other out.
Thanks, Rick. Any other questions? Appreciate your testimony this morning. Thank you.
Thank you.
Rob Nelson? Hi, Rob. Welcome.
Morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Rob Nelson. I'm a lifelong Alaskan, and I participate in the Togiak herring seine fishery. Myself, along with Raymond May, submitted Proposal 62. This proposal would repeal the requirement to keep the gillnet and seine fleets separate during the Togiak herring fishery. This regulation is an unnecessary burden on the fishery participants as well as the department. For the last several years, the seine fleet has numbered between 8 and 15 boats. The gillnet fleet has been between 0 and 5 boats. The trick in this fishery is to locate the best quality fish available and stick with them, harvesting what you need for the day. But the problem is the best quality herring schools are typically on the move. It's not uncommon for these herring to move 20, even 40 miles in a day, often bouncing back and forth within the district. They sometimes are in an area open to only seiners, and other times they're in an area only open to gillnetters. With such a small fleet, this shouldn't be an issue. The other factor for the gillnet fleet in particular is weather. When a big easterly or southerly blows, the Egg Island subdistrict, which is the standard gillnet area, becomes unfishable. The department then issues an EO closing a portion of the seine area and extending the gillnet fleet into that area to provide fishing opportunity. The bottom line is both gear grips should be able to fish the best quality herring wherever they are in the open areas of the Togiak district. If a conflict arises, the department can still issue an EO to mitigate the problem. But unless the number of participants greatly increases, I don't see that being a likely scenario. Enacting this proposal would simplify management and benefit all participants in this fishery. Thanks for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Rob. Mr. Heimuck has a question.
Rob, are you specifically targeting probably the Meddervik, Kalukak area where most of the gill netting is taking place?
That's the main, the eastern district is the main area. Those fish wash between Kalukak and Anchor Point on a pretty regular basis. You get large volumes of fish that'll all be in the same quality, and they will travel from one end of that to the other in the course of a tide. And so if they're on the Kalukak Bluff, then the gillnetters would have opportunity to harvest there, but then as soon as they go around right-hand point, they're out of their district and then into ours, and vice versa. Sometimes they're going the other way, and so that's the primary target, is that eastern end. And historically, the gillnet fleet has fished, that eastern side there too, all the way to Anchor Point.
Follow-up. As I recall, a lot of that area is really not suitable for seeding.
Yeah, it's a lot of it is not. Yep, there's only a handful of good spots to really be able to seine without doing damage to your gear.
Thanks, Rob.
Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks, Rob. Good to see you. Just for my reference and maybe some others on the board, can you give a brief description of how different the participation levels are now versus, say, 15 years ago, just for some perspective?
Yeah, through the chair, Mr. Carpenter. Actually, if you go back even farther, there was a time when it was pretty wild back there. There was over 300 seine boats and I think 500 plus gillnetters. I mean, it was crazy stuff, lots of conflict. And that's when they came up with the plan to separate, the gear groups very wise. But starting about 20 years ago, this fishery turned into more of a controlled fishery. It became more about quality, harvesting only what could be processed in a timely manner to maintain top quality product. And so the participation has gone down. Of course, price hasn't been great either, but the participation has been at a pretty low level. It's more about market than it is about a wild fishery. Let's put it that way.
Okay, thank you for your testimony this morning.
Thank you.
Sean Doctorman. Good morning, Sean.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Board of Fish members. I've been here for a while, but I'm back. I would like to speak on Proposal 36. I'm a 35-year veteran in Bristol Bay, 20 of those years owning my own vessel. I've seen a lot of problems with illegal fishing, and it's attributed to longer tow lines sometimes, dragging fish out of the mud, which creates fish that are probably not very good for the market. And to stop this illegal fishing, I would like to see Proposal 36 move forward. The 100-foot length is a reasonable length. I'm not adverse to moving it out to 150, but I don't think you need a long tow line. You need to take a look when you're making a set and evaluate what you're doing instead of reacting to the situation and having to use a long tow line. There's a safety issue when you have this long line out, and it prevents other people from fishing. Could get entangled also as well. The kings that run across the bars, I believe in the Noosh, I don't fish up there, but this is from what I've heard from some of the fellows that fish up there. The kings go across these bars, and I think you're taking up a problem with the kings up there. So this would help promote stopping catching those kings as well. And then I'll move on to Proposal 46, permit stacking. I think that we've already gone through this. I'm opposed to the stacking. I think the way the system is working right now is great. If you decide to let one person to own two permits, it will lead to consolidation. And we already have 400 boats fishing 800 permits out of 1856 drift permits. If in 1 year, 400 guys that have the ability financially purchase those permits, you could have 800 boats with 200 fathoms and 200 boats approximately with 150 fathoms. And this definitely takes the rung for the ladder for anybody in the future to get involved in the fishery. And so my advice is to leave the system how it is. It's working well. And I'd like to speak on the general district on Proposal 52. I'd like to say that I definitely support this in the future. We have a lot of illegal fishing going on late in the season, and the guys that want to fish can't really get out there because you have a fleet that moves out to 400, 600, 800 feet, a quarter mile, a half a mile, and we don't have enough enforcement to take care of this. And so it takes away from the rest of the fleet to be able to prosecute a legal fishery. So I would like you to take a look at that. Thank you, and I'd like you to take a look at my comments in the book, please.
Thank you, Sean. Any questions? Appreciate your testimony this morning. Thank you. Next up is Mio Nishkin, followed by Brian Kraft and Harry Moore. Is Mio here today? Hi. Welcome.
Hello, my name is Mayo Nishkian. I'm an Alaska resident and a set netter in Ugashik Bay. I support proposals 12, 24, 25, 28, 29, 31, and 32 to protect Nushagak king salmon. I agree with the AC from Anchorage that this issue is hugely impacted by trawling bycatch as well as intercept fisheries. The bycatch task force is not taking any concrete actions or making promises to reduce bycatch. It may be irresponsible to put so much pressure on this board to make decisions on an issue that is mostly out of their control. However, if some sort of action is not taken, we will be in the same boat as other parts of the state where salmon runs are decimated and exponentially impacting subsistence users. That being said, I feel that subsistence for kings must be prioritized above all others to preserve the salmon run as well as a cultural way of life. Even multiple generations of guiding sport fishing or commercial fishing pales in comparison to Alaska Native peoples who have been surviving on and living with salmon in this region for thousands of years. With the lack of data for clear decision-making from ADF and GE, I would recommend that they partner more with tribal entities in a government-to-government partnership to utilize traditional ecological and indigenous knowledge, which is much more extensive historically than the departments. I also support proposals 34 and 35 to increase the distance between set and drift gear groups. Imagine being in a ripping tide while your 26-foot skiff is under your net, and then a boat with 14 times more horsepower and about 10 times the weight of yours begins to drag your net, your skiff, and you along with it. It's terrified, and if we hadn't acted quickly and cut our own gear, our boat could have been capsized. That's lost gear, lost fishing time, lost money, and more white hairs for us. This happened twice just in my first year of fishing and happens constantly throughout the districts. I reported those incidents and nothing changed, though usually there's no enforcement present. This past summer, troopers watched illegal drift sets happen that put set net gear in danger and verbally admitted that they should have done something but didn't. Increasing the distance between the outside end of set net to drift net gear will give everyone more leeway, reduce the number of incidences, and make it more possible to document the incident so that the regulation is enforceable. Our proposals may not be perfect, but a change is needed to keep us and our families safe while out on the water. The following testimony is on behalf of the Ugashic Set Netters Association. We support proposal number 15 to allow fish wheels to be used for subsistence in Ugashic Bay and River. We support proposal number 34 with the amendment submitted in our testimony. We support proposal number 35. Our members have experienced an increase in incidents of drift nets coming into contact with our set nets. We support proposal number 36 and 37 to reduce tow line. This will reduce the number of drift boats that illegally set nets just offshore while remaining stationary. We oppose proposal 46 and 47. Permit stacking was looked at thoroughly by the Board of Fish for set net fleet in Bristol Bay during recent board cycles and was denied. The same rationale should apply to the drift fleet. That's all I have. Thank you.
Very good timing. Thank you, Mayo. Any questions? Appreciate your testimony today. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Brian Kraft. Welcome, Brian. Good morning.
Morning. Good morning. My name is Brian Kraft. I own 2 sport fishing lodges in Bristol Bay, Alaska Sportsman's Lodge on the Kvichak River, Bristol Bay Lodge on Lake Alignagik west of Dillingham. We also have a tent camp on the Nushagak River just below the Sonar counting station. I'm president of Katmai Service Providers organization, which has 64 business members that operate in the region. In 2018, I authored 2 proposals that would be paired restrictions that were tabled in that cycle, and a King committee was formed by the board. I'm a member of that committee and participate in it with the direction by BBRSI. In addition to that committee work, I wrote proposals 13 and 31 for this cycle to help deal with the issues surrounding the lack of king salmon in the Nushagak River. Preventative management is needed and needed now. The run is in trouble, the king run is in trouble, and we can't wait until another cycle to take some sort of action. The Wood River trigger is needed to help increase time to allow kings to come through the Nushagak district, but that adds 1 or 2 days to the cycle. There needs to be in-season measures taken to allow kings to come into the river. The 20-year average of harvest has the commercial fleet taking 34,757 fish. This is reported number and does not include dropouts or non-reported fish, as we've heard yesterday. Subsistence is 12,500, sports 5,300. Sport has the burden of conservation in season with the run, if the run is behind through EOs. Yet COM will continue to fish every tide. Since 1992, once intensive fishing starts by commercial fishing, they've taken off 4 tides. Since 1992, they fish every single tide. There needs to be some sort of break, some sort of pulse, some sort of window to allow kings to come into the system without being impeded by nets. Proposal 13 tries to thread this needle by allowing COM the opportunity to fish, yet reducing the time that the nets are in the water, thus providing windows of opportunities for kings to make it in past the fleet. This can also be done by sitting out a percentage of tides. Every 6 tides sit out, some sort of situation like that. The manager needs the tools and the regulations set forth by the Board of Fish to allow for these closures. Proposal 31 addresses the need for solid data. Every single king needs to be reported and reported accurately. There needs to be severe punishment, severe consequences if that report is not done accurately. There's a lot of sport fishing proposals in here as well. I look forward to opportunities with the Committee of the Whole
You can finish your sentence.
to participate with the Committee of the Whole.
Okay. Thanks, Brian. Quick question for you. So just so that I'm tracking, so you had submitted during the last board cycle, I think that was 2018, a couple of parent restrictions proposals. Those were tabled with the understanding that this committee was formed and that work would be done or additional discussion would be undertaken in the committee process, a special committee process that would then inform discussion at this board cycle. Is that correct?
Actually, it was, we were supposed to go into the statewide meeting and come back with our findings. Obviously, the pandemic hit and things were postponed, but the idea of tabling, originally I thought that the proposals would still be out there and still be an option. And basically they were, if sport had an EO, COM had to participate by either sitting out a tide or only fishing 12 hours in a 24-hour period. The committee was formed, did a lot of great work. BBRSI headed it up. There was COM on it, there was sport on it, subsistence representation, and we've done a lot of great work, and some of it's come out in Proposal 11. But there's a lot of opportunity for the board to do some things here, and I think it's real important to get it right rather than rush through it. But there's definitely some action needs to happen.
Thanks, Brian. Any other questions? Mr. Carpenter?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Brian, for being here. In regards to proposal, I believe it's 31, you obviously seem to be a very big proponent of reporting and providing information for the managers to make some of these difficult decisions. Unfortunately, we don't have the logbook reporting that we used to, and I think we heard yesterday that part of the reconstruction plan that could potentially impact long-term enumeration of king salmon, specifically on the Nushagak. The more information that we have to input into that model, the better. Do you ever voluntarily provide the department with in-season information as to what sort of activity or what sort of success you're having around your sport fishing activities? And if you don't, would you be opposed to that sort of voluntary information so that the managers had that as an in-season tool possibly to use?
Yes, through the chair. Yes, we have provided this year, actually, we started emailing Tim Sands and his department our daily catch results, what we were seeing on the grounds. The sport industry is a very good real-time barometer of what's going on with the fishery and can be a wealth of information. And, some of it might be anecdotal. There's certain conditions that play in. What was the fishing conditions like on that particular day? What were the angler capabilities? Things like that come into play. But by and large, you're going to get a very strong pulse and a good read on what's happening. There's plenty of us out there that have been doing this for a long time, and if we're on to fish, we know the run's strong. If we're not catching fish, and we all talk amongst ourselves throughout the day, and we're seeing what other boats are doing, so we have a real good indication. And the willingness to participate and provide that information is strong. And so to answer your question, yes, we'd be more than willing as an industry whole to participate on a daily reporting basis or something along those lines. Proposal 31 was created so that we have an after-season look and gives the department some tools to help manage and guide policies going forward. The real-time, in-season decision-making, sport can be a very big help with that. But 31 was more of a after-the-season look, and it's just really important that we get a real accurate count as to what's happening, all user groups. So sport should be responsible for reporting every day their take, just like comm should be responsible for every fish that comes out of that, and it should be done accurately. And if it's not done accurately, there should be severe consequences for that.
Okay. Thank you for your testimony today.
Thank you.
Appreciate you being here. Harry Moore? Is Harry here this morning? First call. Kay Andrews? Good morning, Kay, welcome. Turn the mic on, press the button. There you go.
Can you hear me now? Good morning. My name is Kay Andrews. I'm a subsistence user and a Bristol Bay SetNet permit holder. I just paid it off this past year, so thank you to the state of Alaska for the loan. I appreciate that. My husband is also a lifelong SetNetter that he inherited from his mother, and my daughter is also a SetNetter in Ecock, Alaska. In Ecock, Alaska, there is no regulation. The drifters come up right up to the buoys in between and actually have ripped my cousin Michelle's buoy lines out, and she lost a whole week of fishing because on the Ecock, we have to wait for the minus tides to put out our anchors. So if the anchor is pulled out, there goes your season. Fortunately, my cousin's SetNet this year, I wanted to use her as an example, she didn't fish for a week because she couldn't get the net that was wrapped around by a drifter that was meanwhile catching fish. She had no means to get out to get to a boat to take it off. Fortunately, we did, and my husband and the crew were able to get the net off with a lot of rotten fish, half rotten almost, no good, half of it no good. But I do support the SetNet proposals that increase the distance between the set and drift gill net here today. I'm not going to name those, but I just want to caution you, and I thank you for your work, because I know it's a difficult one, trying to balance between the drift and the set gill netters. But I do want to, just like I have to pay for a survey for a shore fishery lease and make a payment every year, I caution you that you would use your resources to do your surveys as well. Another area is enforcement. We have no enforcement in our area. And I think that is one area that needs to be increased in our area so that illegal fishing and others cannot happen there. Additionally, I have videos that I could share with you about the drifters coming in between the sets and also right outside the buoys. So there needs to be at least 100 feet off of the Ecock shore from our buoys. I would also ask that you would please close the Wood River Special Harvest Area until the king salmon come back. I was able to put all of my king salmon strips and dry fish away during the summer months while I was fishing because I don't sell my king salmon. I strip them, I freeze them, I hang them, I dry them, I smoke them, can them. I wasn't able to do that this year. I have no dry fish in my freezer. I don't even have canned fish in my freezer. Thank you for your time and work.
Thank you, Kay. Any questions? Appreciate your being here, and thank you for your testimony today. Oh, I'm sorry.
Hey, Kate, congratulations on paying off your permit.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you
Thanks.
for your work.
Next up is Fred Marinkovich. Hi, Fred.
Good morning. Good job on that last name. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Fred Marinkovich, and I'm representing the Bristol Bay Fishermen's Association. Appreciate the opportunity to testify and appreciate the board process, which I've been involved with for many years. BBFA has submitted our positions and comments on all proposals in public comment number 9. As far as Nushagak King Salmon Action Plan, which just recently came out, we would like to see things stay status quo. We don't believe that taking action on any of the other options at this board meeting gives us enough time to vet and evaluate such an important management plan. I would like to speak to Proposal 55, to align the Naknek section southern boundary with the Naknek-Kwijak southern boundary line. I see this as a housekeeping proposal. When fishing the Naknek-only section and then switching over to the Naknek-Kwijak section, the southern boundary line changes at the west line of the Naknek-only section by 300 to 400 feet. This complicates the fishery when you have to change your routes on your GPS from tide to tide or whenever you go from one section to the other. Let me date myself a bit. Back when we used Loran Sea coordinates, the south line was 32,430 all the way across, no matter what section was open, with the west line intersecting this Loran line to separate the Naknek-only district. The south line never changed, no matter what side was open. Somehow, when longitude and latitude coordinates replaced Loran Sea, the intersecting waypoint was put in the wrong place, creating this problem. The author of this proposal is in attendance and has submitted a drawing to make it easier to understand in RC 12. I will be here for the remainder of the meeting and will be more than happy to work with the board, the department, and enforcement on this proposal. Thanks for your time.
Thanks, Fred. I have a quick question for you. So just a point of clarification, with respect to the action plan, you said you supported status quo. Do you mean the status quo options in the action plan, or do you mean for this meeting, taking a deeper look potentially later?
I would say to extend it till the March meeting. That's kind of where we're at, so we didn't do anything. That's kind of where we're at.
Okay, yeah, I just wanted to make sure that you weren't advocating for the status quo options within the action plan as it is currently written, so thanks for that clarification. Mr. Heimbach.
Yeah, just a quick question. The situation in the South Naknek, in the Naknek section there, is that because primarily the Libbyville dock comes off, they take it from the beach out to the end of the dock, but that's where, if you follow that line straight across the bay, over to Deadman's or whatever it is, it doesn't line up with where the current line on the west side is, right?
It's more on the other side. It's more on the south marker side where the Libby line intersects with the south marker. It's like, and it's like I say, when you look at the map, and I could take some time to explain it to you. And I don't know if like when that marker was put in place that you could get GPS accuracy as well as we can now. But it's a problem when you have been fishing a while and you're going from side to side and all you have to do is just forget to switch your machine over when you come back to the Naknek section after fishing on the Naknek-Kwijak side, and then you're laying out 300 feet over the line and you don't. It's like a whoops, and many times, the people that I've talked to, enforcement has came up to you, hey, have you switched your machine over, and I mean, it doesn't really matter if you're there, but that's where the problem is.
I think I get it now. You're talking about when it comes off the end of the Libbyville dock down below Dead Man's on the other side.
No, no, I'm talking about from when it comes from Libby south to the south marker.
Oh, on the Johnson Hill side?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, thanks.
Yep.
Thank you for your testimony today.
Yep.
Next up is Stosh Anderson. Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair, board members, department. My name is Stosh Anderson. I reside in Kodiak. I've fished for 50 years or so, 48 years in the bay. I have two sons that fish in the bay. My wife recently retired after 38 years in Anchorage as a set netter. I hadn't planned on testifying on 35, but I will if I have time. Dual permit status quo. The CFEC did an optimum number study. The number of boats we currently have fall within the range of that study. I think the system works very well. Economics drives how many permits are going to be on how many boats. Eastside General District. Unfortunately, a lot of our fishermen, when the troopers aren't around, and basically the troopers leave on the 17th of July. You have maybe one airplane or two airplanes a week that fly over. What it's doing is two things. It's precluding legal fishermen from opportunity to catch those fish. But the worst thing it's doing is what I've noticed over the last 40, 50 years. It's training a fleet of deckhands that this is normal practice and this is okay to do. So when these guys end up with their own permits, you've trained a fleet of crooks, and that's just unacceptable. Tow lines, a lot of the things said are true. Most of them aren't. If you fish in shallow water, it's different. The bay doesn't have any water. If you're in 12 feet of water, your lead line's on the bottom. That's just the reality. Probably the deepest place in the bay is in the middle of the Kwijak and in ships in the Nushagak. But most of the time, you're under 20 feet of water. That's just the reality. If you're going to limit tow lines, I think 100 fathoms makes sense. Don't make it feet. We deal in fathoms as far as our nets. Nushagak management plan dealing with kings. If you're going to do something, I think proposal alternative to putting us in the Wood River makes sense, but you have to have specific triggers to go in the river and out of the river. If you don't have specific triggers, it becomes an enforcement, not enforcement, but a management issue where they have to make judgment calls and they're just criticized for everything they do. And that's just the reality of how it works. It's a patch at best. What I see the problem is we don't know where the mortality of the kings are. And the reason we don't know is we don't have accurate information. We don't have any smolt information. We don't have very good escapement information. We don't know what our return to spawner ratios are. And you're not going to solve the problem unless you know what the problem is. King salmon are in the ocean for the longest length of time, so they're exposed to bycatch, they're exposed to hot water, which puts them under stress. Now, is the mortality happening in the ocean, or is it happening in the river like in the Yukon, where you go between the lower and the upper Yukon, and you have a lot of mortality and unaccounted fish? Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Stosh. Questions from the board? Appreciate your testimony today.
Thanks.
Dan Herring? Herrig, sorry. Is Dan here this morning? First call. Chris Klosterman? Is Chris here? Tim Gervais? Hi, Tim, welcome.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the Board of Fish. My name is Tim Gervais. I'm representing myself. I am the author of proposals 38, 42, and 43. Proposals 42 and 43 are seeking to repeal the dual drift permit regulation. Dual permit fishing has transferred harvest percent and economic benefit of the Bristol Bay drift fishery out of region, out of rural Alaska, and out of state. These effects are compounding, and the trend is for a larger percent of the drift harvest to be landed by non-resident fishermen. If we refer to the state constitution, Article 8, Section 15, titled No Exclusive Right of Fishery, no exclusive right or special privilege of fishery shall be created or authorized in the natural waters of the state. A vessel having 33% more gear in the water at any given time represents a special privilege. Fishermen have informed me that currently 20% of the drift fishermen are catching 80% of the fish. Proposals 42 and 43 are not popular with many individual fishermen, but that does not mean that returning to a system of one boat, one permit holder fishing 150 fathoms of gear is not the correct course of action. To paraphrase Dickens, while it may be the best of time for Bristol Bay sockeye production, it is the worst of time for Bristol Bay king viability, chum production, and permit out migration. Rural Alaska is challenged with maintaining its fishing culture and economic viability. Proposals 38, 42, 43 seek to keep small-scale Bristol Bay operators on equal footing with other SO3T permit holders. I have harvested and killed a lot of dropout king salmon by being a Bristol Bay fisherman. I take responsibility for being part of the problem. The salmon stocks and escapement are more important than foregone sockeye harvest. Thank you for allowing me to testify.
Thank you, Tim. Any questions? Appreciate your testimony today. Caleb Westfall? Good morning, welcome.
Good morning. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Thank you for hearing my testimony. I'm here to speak on the Nishigack, Mulchatna King Salmon Management Plan, along with several other proposals. I'll start with the Nishigack King Salmon Management Plan. Currently, I'm a member of the Bristol Bay Setnet Fleet. I also own a drift boat. I've been fishing for 21 years in the Nishigack District. I've seen a lot of things, done a lot of things, and experienced a lot of things. First off, with the Nishigack King Salmon Management Plan, Nishigack Mulchatna King Salmon Management Plan, I'd like to support CF1, and currently that's the status quo. I'm also not opposed to CF2, which would give the department additional tools, but I'd like to see what those tools would be exactly before supporting that. Excuse me. The reason I support status quo is that the obvious issue is data. And we can make all the decisions in the world, but when we make those on bad data, we're just going to continue to make bad decisions. So we need to figure out how we can get our data better, whether it's counting the kings, whether it's figuring out the actual catch reports, and figuring out what's happening in the deep sea out there. In addition, I'm opposed to proposal. That being said, I'm opposed to proposal 11, 12, and 13. Again, those could be viable answers, but if we don't have the true data, then we have no clue what we're doing. We're just changing the metrics and hoping we get the best result, and that's not a way to manage a fishery for all users. I support proposal 14. I'm opposed to proposal 15. I support proposal 35. A lot of my colleagues, past set netters, they have a few incidences a year. I have several incidences a year. I'm one of the last nets on the copy point side, so first week of fishing, it's pretty crazy. Huge jet boats on the drift fleet come in shallow in between, left, right, up, down. 3 are coming into you at once. Yeah, you can do the gentleman's tow their net out, but a lot of times you tear your boat up, you tear pegs out of your boat. It's dangerous, but I'd rather not have to go back to the 1980s self-enforcement, where that's a 12 gauge and, but that's kind of where it's going. Furthermore, gear regulations, I'm opposed to 40, 42, 43, 45, 47, 46, and 47. I'm not a drifter, but I know some people who are, and the best way for them to get into drifting is being able to get a permit, jump on a boat, get not just deckhand experience, but get captain experience and move forward. Additionally, I'm opposed to proposal 48 and 57. That's all I have. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Caleb. Questions? Appreciate your testimony today. Thank you for being here. Dan Dunaway?
Good morning. I'm Dan Dunaway. I'm a 30-plus year resident of Dillingham, retired from Fish and Game. My son is a sometimes drift crewman, and I'm secretary of the Nishigack Advisory Committee, and also I'm on the federal RAC, but I'm speaking strictly for myself today. My main interest is in rainbow trout proposals 18 through 21, and I have submitted an RC 20. Kind of speaking to the history of the rainbow trout management in Bristol Bay. Bristol Bay rainbow trout is, of course, one of the top attractions in the state, or for the state, and has a world renown. It's also been had various protective measures on it since early 60s, I believe. In the late 80s, they embarked on a major stakeholder plan trying to bring some coherency to the regulations distributed through the Bay. It's this process we have here is great, but it also can end up with chaotic regulations. 1990, the board implemented a lot of the recommendations from a rainbow trout management plan that was never really institutionalized as a regulation until about 1998. There's 2 regulations now, 5 AAC 75.210 about special management areas and harvest opportunities for trout. And then in 2003, 2004, another regulation, 5 AAC 75220 about statewide management standards for wild trout. As you review these proposals for rainbow trout in Bristol Bay, I really encourage you to review those guidelines in those 2 regulations. They're easily forgotten, but I think it's important to try to maintain that rainbow trout planning process. As far as the regulations themselves, the proposals, I support the department's positions on them. There's room for, we heard this loud and clear in the Nishigack AC, is not everybody's a catch and release fisherman. There's the catch and bonk people. And when my kids were little, I wanted to use bait and I wanted to bonk a fish. And so there's room for everybody out there on that. And so that was my main interest. Beyond that, I was going to add a little bit about this, the action plans and king plans for the Nishigack Kings. I think we do need some more time to digest the materials that have been presented. I would specifically want to address 2. There was a question and comments on the Sport Fish Action Plan recommendation to have some EO authority at all times. And my experience as a former area biologist, we can have sudden changes in the run strength. I closed the whole fishery, pretty much demolished the sport fishery for the season, I think it was 1999, and within 36 hours, we had full escapement, and I shouldn't have closed it. So you got to keep those in mind. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Questions? Appreciate your testimony today. Thank you for being here. And just as a reminder, if you are wanting to provide public testimony, you need to get your blue card up to the table now. It's just about 10 a.m. Okay, moving on. Craig Chythlook. Hi, Craig, welcome.
Morning, everybody. Madam Chair, members of the board, thank you for listening to all of our public testimonies. My name is Craig Chythlook. I am a drift fisherman, owner-operator based out of Nishigack. I've been there for a little while now, and I'm representing myself. I will speak to proposals 42 through 44, 46, and 47, and 11. For 42 through 44, I support their intent. However, I'm not sure I can support the sole removal or sunsetting of the dual permit system. The dual has been working well for several in-region Bristol Bay fishermen looking to enter the fishery. In my opinion, some of the authors are likely using the proposal submitted to work within the Board of Fish framework to address rural social issues created by the limited entry system. The facts are many permits have left the Bristol Bay region since limited entry has begun. Bristol Bay permits owned by rural residents have declined by over 50%, and my understanding, the dual was supposed to address these concerns, however, statistically has not achieved that goal. And several reports highlight that. I made written public comment 16, and a lot of that information is cited in those sources. So I support the intent, but think there needs to be a broader, more holistic, coordinated effort to address these social issues highlighted in these reports that negatively impact the Bristol Bay region with inequity and just the negative social impacts from this ultra-competitive fishery. Everyone I talk to, including myself, sees benefits of the dual system. I've been using it for the last couple of years, and we struggle with proposals like these. There are costs and benefits either way. The removal of the dual, more permits enter the market will lower their cost, making it more affordable to entry. However, this will also likely lower ex-vessel values with added competition and likely a less competitive competition, so like non-RSW boats entering the fishery with new permit owners. And that'll lower the overall quality of the fishery, kind of bringing down the price. There'll be more boats in the water, more gear in the water, also likely make it to conserve target species like Chinook that proposal 11, 12, and 13 are looking to address. So just removing the dual system likely isn't enough. There are a lot of cited policy recommendations in the reports that I provided, and as a fisherman, I agree with many of them. Broader in-region infrastructure support, financial support, and mentoring, young and new fishermen, operating and maintenance capacity building and mentorship, and on-the-water training are likely the key barriers to entering the fishery. So I support the intent of these proposals, but believe there needs to be a more comprehensive approach. Perhaps by this next board cycle, that'd be something to look at as far as a task force or something like that. There's a lot of academic work and research work being done too. So as to proposals 46 and 47, I do not support for a lot of the social work or issues that I've already stated and other people have already mentioned. And most importantly, proposal 11, I really agree that we need to take quite a bit more time to look at this. It's a very, very big change, and a lot of the folks have already spoken the importance that we need to have dialogue and come to some sort of consensus. Thank you.
Thank you, Craig. Any questions? Appreciate your testimony today. Randy Sandbeck. Hi, Randy. Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Fisheries Board. Thank you for listening to us. And I'm a drift fisherman in Bristol Bay, been that way for 38 plus years, and worked with the fleet for a lot of years there. I guess speaking to the king salmon issues of them going away, I just would like to caution the board to go slow. You start looking at numbers, and I don't think they're true numbers because for reasons that were stated yesterday, But also, I did a little bit of homework, and in 2020, the trawlers in Western Alaska took 32,000 kings. Area M fishermen took 14,000 kings. Bristol Bay fishermen in 2020 took 9,800 kings. I think we can regulate ourselves out of a fishery if we're not careful. I know you don't have any jurisdiction over the trawl fleet and what's going on, but we need to take into account what is out there and what's really happening. There's a lot of different factors out there, even besides what I just brought up. And so please go slow. Do it. Take care of the fish. We all love our fish. And we prefer to eat a king, at least I do. Most of us like kings a lot, and we want to save those things. But at the same time, that what we're doing, I don't think is a bigger problem. I think there's something else going on out there. And I do support what some of the options that Tim was saying, namely, put us up in the wood earlier. Use that Wood River special harvest area earlier in the season to protect the kings for a little while. Nobody really likes that crowded area up there, but it does work. We do catch a few fish, and we can survive that. Let a few more kings go. Give him another tool in his toolbox to work with for conservation. That's what I'm saying. I totally oppose number 46, proposal number 46, the permit stacking. I have a question on proposal number 41. With the banks eroding and the fish just keep moving, they follow the banks. They're not staying way out. And pretty soon, in another 20 or 40 years, pretty soon those buoys are going to be out there really, really long ways. I just question, what's that going to really look like in the long run if we make some permanent regulations to change things, or else I guess I'm done.
You are. Do you want to just finish your thought, please?
Well, there needs to be a provision to readjust and look at things at an interval, like 10 years or something like that, every 10 years.
Thank you, Randy. Any questions? Thank you for your testimony this morning. Cheyenne Rohani? Morning, welcome.
Good morning. Good job on my name. I push the button here now. Okay. My name, Madam Chair and members of the board, it's a privilege and an honor to be here today. Thank you for listening to our testimony. My name is Cheyenne Rohani. I've been a Kwijak set netter for the last decade or so. I'm here to speak on behalf of the KSA, which is the Kwijak Set Netters Association. I would like to refer us to our public comment, PC 41, where we specified our support for Proposition 33, 34, 35, 36 through 38, and 40, and our opposition to 44, 45, 49 to 53, 57, and 58. I would like to take the time to highlight a few of these proposals that we feel need a little bit further attention. We support Proposition 40 with some amendment. Currently, the proposal is written to draw a line to delineate the either-or rule in the Kwijak. Are you familiar with the either-or rule? That we can fish 1,000 feet from the bank of the shoreline, or our corks can be dry at the time of the opener. This allows set netters to fish in areas where there's been severe erosion and keep our nets in the channel where those traditional set nets have existed. It's worked really well on the east side. We've experienced crazy erosion in the Kwijak. And so what we are asking in this proposal 40 is to move that line. I think that it would be easier and less confusing for enforcement if we just apply the either-or rule to all of the Kvichak. That way, the west side, which is where we're talking about it right now, where this line is kind of arbitrarily drawn, could be open to set netters as it was historically in the past. And it would also make consistency and ease of enforcement in that area. And for Proposition 57 allocation, we don't totally understand the reference of the 47% allocation that we supposedly had. Maybe that was a day in a certain season. But looking back at the historic record, since 2014, the Kvichak set catch has consistently hovered between 8% and 17%. We believe this is a very important management tool that needs to remain in place so that managers can use the set net fleet to get an idea of run timing and size. And that is pretty much all I have for you today. You have any questions?
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? I don't see any. Appreciate your being here.
Okay.
Thank you for
Thank you.
sharing your thoughts. Billy Delaney. Is Billy here? First call. Going once. All right. Laney Moses. Is Laney Moses here today? Oh, hi. There you are.
Yes, hello. My name is Lady Moses. I'm a set net fisherman from the Kvichak. I live about 15 miles up from the northern boundary of the Kvichak line, and I support Proposal 40 because where the line is at now, I've fish on the other side of where it would be closed if it passed, and I've been fishing there for about 10 years, and if the line is at where or is proposed, then I'd have to go further up north, and the mud there is real soft. You go up to your waist trying to, I lost anchors, I lost gear trying to set there, and it wasn't, so I moved down further, and it was viable for me to fish there. And so I in support of Proposal 40.
Any questions? Thank you. You have a lovely little supporter there with you.
Yes, my daughter. Thank you.
Thank you for providing your testimony today.
Thank you.
Robin Samuelson. Good morning, Robin.
Good morning.
Trying to decide if I should keep my ear plugged in.
Is this on? Madam Chair, board members, Bristol Bay had 73 million sockeye come back. Unbelievable. Thank you, Board of Fish members. Thank you, ADF&G staff. I want to comment on the stock of concern. First, I got to commend Tim Sands. He's doing a hell of a job out there as a region biologist in Anishigak. We give him a lot of hell every day. If we're going to deal with the stock of concern, I mean, this issue with Chinook salmon, we need to have a plan, a research plan. We need to be able to judge the research plans before we implement anything. Just putting the drift fleet in river is not going to solve the problem. Proposal 11 should be deferred until March at least, maybe even tabled until we get a good research plan. Proposal 29 and 48, I support the Togiak extension. They're a unique village. They have a small fishery. Most of that fishery is a set net fishery. When them people sell their drift permits, they buy set net permits and put them right back into operation for the economy of Togiak. Proposal 30, I support the youth program. I think that getting more and more youth involved in the fishery is very important. 36, I support. 41, I oppose. 42, I oppose this regulation. When the board adopted it, you know, I opposed this regulation when it first came out. I support it today because now I have 2 young fishermen that went through the program that got on a boat, they wanted a permit, they got a permit. Both my grandsons, 23 and 21, have a permit. My 23-year-old just last week bought my boat from me. I was going to give it to him, but if you give him something they don't appreciate it, make the little bugger pay for the sucker, he'd appreciate it more. My wife and I disagreed. I sold it to him. And it's working. I don't think that I should be able to have 2 permits and get more gear. Proposal 46 and 47 I oppose, and proposal 50 I oppose. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Samuelson. Any questions? I think Commissioner has.
So did you fix the engines before you sold the boat to your son?
I'm smarter than that.
All right, next up, thank you, Robin. I
Thank
don't
you,
see any
ma'am.
other questions. Appreciate your testimony today. Next up is Catherine Carscallon. Welcome, Catherine.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. For the record, my name is Catherine Carscallon. I was born in Dillingham and raised in a fishing family. I've operated my drift boat since 2011, primarily in the Nishigack district. I believe that decisions before the board should be made placing the highest priority on the sustainability of the stocks, subsistence use, and ensuring the economic value of the fishery remains tied to the communities surrounding the resource. From that perspective, I'd like to testify on proposals 11 through 13, 46 and 47, 36 through 38, and 35 if I have time. First, on the Nishigack-Mulchatna River King Salmon Management proposals. I believe our fishery functions so well because we have a high degree of trust in a proven management process, and that trust comes in huge part from the transparent and, most importantly, a public process starting at the ACs and carrying into these meetings. Taking up the action plan released just a week ago would subvert this process, and I implore the board to collect information at this meeting but to delay deliberation and decisions until the statewide meeting in March. The state of our kings in the Nishigack have been a concern to those of us who live and fish in the river for a long time. To be clear, I'm not proposing we take no action, simply that we clearly need time, and based on yesterday's presentation, an accompanying plan of action to improve our counting system before action should be taken on these proposals. On permit stacking, proposals 46 and 47, I believe this is my 4th board cycle testifying no on these proposals. Please take no action or vote no on proposals 46 and 47. On proposals 36 through 38 regarding the tow line length, I support passage of one of these proposals with an amendment to limit tow lines to a max of 50 fathoms or 300 feet. I surveyed my radio group just for a little more information, the people who aren't represented here today, and they represent a mix of prop boats and jet boats, and everyone agreed that 50 fathoms was probably more than we need, but a fair amount. And additionally, I'd like to see a measure that would provide for enforceability, so that I believe this limit should apply to what's allowed on our reel so that it is enforceable and people can't just have more tow line and then reel it up real quick. And then on proposal 35, I'm opposed to an increase in the offset between drift or set net gear. I think entanglements are a result of drifters violating the current regulation. And when drift boats are heading towards or wrapping set nets, the distance between 300 and 100 feet closes very quickly. I think an increase in the distance to 300 feet would actually make enforcement more difficult and incentivize drifters breaking and violating those rules. There's already an enforcement problem, and I do think there is an issue with people wrapping set nets, so I would support increased enforcement to help the set netters. And then quickly on, if I'm not out of time, just a quick comment on the undercounting of kings from drifters. I do not think this is an issue of drifters trying to get an extra 50 cents or lying about what they're catching. I can see that this is an issue, and I think it's in large part to the size of the kings. And then also, we just have very little at our disposal while we're out fishing. I think for over 10 years now, myself and members of our radio group have been throwing any king that looks like it'll live back in the water. So we do what we can while we're out there, but this board process is really our time to have an impact. So I just ask the board that we're given the time we need to evaluate these proposals.
Thank you, Catherine. Questions? Appreciate your testimony today. Thank you for being here. All right, it is 10:20. Let's go ahead and take about a 25-minute break. Let's come back on the record at 10:45, and first up will be Jimmy Kupchiak. 10:45.
No, I think I did.
All right, welcome back, everyone. We're back on the record. Time is 10:49, and we're going to go ahead and continue on with public testimony. Next up is Jimmy Kupchak. Hi, Jimmy, welcome. Good morning.
Dear members and Board of Fisheries, my name is Jimmy Kupchak, and I submitted RC10. I'm a long life resident of Togiak. I started fishing as a deckhand when I was 15 years old, and I eventually got a drift permit through BBEDC's permit loan program. I submitted proposal 29 and 48. I supported the amendments that the Togiak AC took on proposal 29. That would no longer restrict the sports fishery until the commercial catch in the Togiak River section has harvested 2,000 king salmon. Instead, I support changing the bag and possession limit of kings under 20 inches to 10 king salmons and closing the waters above the mouth of the Kishak River to sports fishing for kings. In the past, the Togiak ACE supported creating a commercial king salmon boundary line to preserve the king salmon run. As of now, it seems like the commercial fisheries are the only ones that have taken conservation measures, while the sports fishery continues to fish near the spawning grounds. Therefore, I hope you consider supporting Proposal 29 as amended. As for Proposal 48, I urge you to consider moving the date back when fishermen can re-register to the Togiak District from July 27 to August 4. The Togiak Salmon Run has been running later than usual, which has created an economic hardship on the local small boat fishery. The original intent of establishing a later transfer date was to help ensure that the Togiak District fishery is economical, viable to Togiak residents and their fleet of smaller vessels. Therefore, I support moving the transfer date back to August 4. Attached is page 42 of the Northern Economics Report, showing that the majority of Togiak and Twin Hill residents operate smaller than 32-foot boats. Also, I oppose Proposal 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, and 54 to establish a general district. The Togiak Salmon Run is historically small, and I am concerned of fishermen intercepting Togiak-bound fish while we are waiting for the peak of our salmon run. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your testimony today. Any questions? Thank you for making the trip. Fritz Sharp. Good morning, Fritz. Welcome.
Dear members of the Board of Fisheries, my name is Fritz Sharp, and I've lived in Twin Hills since 1965 when it incorporated. I started fishing as a deckhand when I was 9 years old, and my dad gave me his permit in about 77 or 78. Many of my family members participate in the Togiak salmon fishery and are affected by proposals 29 and 48. I support proposal 29 as amended by the Togiak AC in proposal 48. I support the amendments that the Togiak AC took on proposal 29 that would no longer restrict the sports fishery until the commercial catch in the Togiak River section has caught the allotted king salmon. Instead, I support changing the bag and possession limit of kings under 20 to 10 kings and closing the waters above the mouth of the Kvichak River to sports fishing for kings. There's been a lot of changes in our river system. In the past, the Togiak AC supported creating a commercial king salmon boundary line to preserve the king salmon run. As of now, it seems the commercial fishermen are the only ones that have taken conservation measures while the sports fisherman continues to fish near the spawning grounds. For this, I am supporting Proposal 29 as amended. For Proposal 48, I urge you to consider moving the date back when fishermen can re-register to the Togiak District from July 27 to August 4th. The runs seem to be getting later, coming to our bay, which has created an economic hardship on a local small boat fishery. The original intent of establishing a later transfer date was to help ensure that the Togiak fishery is economically viable to Togiak residents and Twin Hills and their fleets of smaller vessels. Therefore, I support moving the transfer date back to August 4th. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Fritz. Are there any questions from the board? Appreciate your testimony. Thank you for making the trip. Next up, Anthony Zock. Morning.
Morning. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name's Tony Zock. I'm the Regional Fisheries Coordinator for BBEDC. I'm also a local subsistence user, sport fisherman, and set netter in the Nushagak River. BBEDC submitted RC16. It has our positions and the local AC positions on most of the proposals, and I'm just going to touch on a couple of those today. First off, I support moving proposals 11 through 13 to the statewide meeting. I really appreciate everything that the department does. And, you know, that action plan was just released the day before Thanksgiving. All of us had prior obligations, or I'm sure most of us did. We may have had time to read it, but have we really had time to digest that information and talk to each other about it? I personally think no, that's not a lot of time, and Thanksgiving is time for family and friends. So personally, I'd really appreciate if the board would consider moving that down the line to, say, the statewide meeting in March. I support proposals 29 as amended by the Togiak AC and proposal 48. You know, I really think the board should rely on the residents of Togiak and the Togiak's AC's input and thoughts on these proposals. My girlfriend's from Togiak. She's got family over there. I know people from Togiak. You know, these proposals wouldn't be in front of you if they didn't legitimately think they were issues. So I think the board should really consider their thoughts, the residents of Togiak and the Togiak AC, when considering these two proposals. So I'm opposed to proposals 42 through 44 regarding dual permits. You know, right now I think the dual permit system is one of the best ways, if not the best way, for the next generation of fishermen to get into the fishery. You know, if you just at this meeting take that away from them,
you're going to have folks who just bought permits scrambling to go and buy a boat. They've made plans based on the dual permit system, and I really think it's one of the best, if not the best ways for the next generation of fishermen to enter this fishery right now. That being said, opposed to proposals 46 and 47. I mean, talk about a way to prevent the next generation of fishermen from entering the fishery. I know you've all heard lots of comments on those proposals, so since I might have a little bit of time, I'm just going to swing back to proposals 11 through 13 and ask you to please consider giving us some more time to look at that information. Thank you.
Thanks, Tony. Questions? Appreciate your testimony today. Thank you for
Thank
being
you.
here. Next up is John O'Connor. Hi, John. Welcome.
Hello, Madam Chair and Board of Fisheries. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is John O'Connor. I'm a professional land surveyor as well as a commercial set netter in Nushagak District, more specifically Ecock Beach. I'm here to talk about the proposal that I co-authored, proposal number 41. The original regulations setting our outer boundaries were done before GPS technology was available. Visual identifiable marks like docks and creeks were needed. And the mean high water and the 18-foot tide line were utilized for measure our outer boundaries. Since then, of course, we have GPS and it's a lot more definable, consistent way of doing these measurements, and the rest of our fishery boundaries are based upon GPS. So since the original outer limits were set at our site and the original surveys were done on our site leases, there's been about 146 feet of erosion in many places there along Ecock Bluff. And the -3 foot tide line in our outer anchors, that has stayed the same. So we're not getting deeper, we're just, our sites are getting shallower and the bank's eroding away. So what we would like to do is to utilize GPS waypoints for our outer limit. Right now, the mean high tide line is quite variable. Storms move the gravel. Our beach will get 2 or 3 feet flatter in some storms, and that moves the mean high water mark, quite a distance up the beach. So we'll set our outer anchors, and we have to have a -3 or so tide to set those anchors, and then if we get a storm come along, all of a sudden, those anchors are out too far. So we'd like to use the GPS waypoints to make a definite point for everyone to work off of. The way I did the map that I submitted was I did the surveying tied into the tidal benchmark that NOAA used for the 2012 tidal study at Clark's Point, and an NGS Opus lat long position so that be consistent for everyone. Then I just documented the mean high water line all the way from Clark's Point to Edlin Point, did an actual ground survey. Then I did an offset to show you on the map what our GPS waypoint line relative to the distances that we're asking for due to erosion, what that comparison would look like for you. And so, we did some minor variations from the current regs at like First and Third Creek. There's a 90-degree jog, which is not practical for enforcement or for fishery. So we tapered the lines there to make it more practical. And enforcement asked me to use fewer waypoints than the first map that I sent them. I sent one that had quite a lot of waypoints, and I talked to one of the enforcement officers that's from the district, and he's like, well, you might make that a little more practical. So I cut down the waypoints quite a bit, submitted another map, and that's the one that you guys had to look at. It has quite a few less waypoints. I'm out of time. Thank you. Any question?
I have a question. So there's an additional map or a revised map?
No, the
Okay.
one I sent you was the
Got
one
it.
that after I talked to
Okay,
enforcement.
thank you. Any other questions? Mr. Carpenter?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, John. I'm looking at your, your map here. I believe it's I don't know what PC number it is.
I think it was 55, yeah.
But my question is, the 18-foot mark that you reference is the mean high tide mark.
They're different. Now, the mean high tide mark has changed, like the 2012 tidal study, it's 19 feet. When they did that regulation, 18 feet was basically the mean high tide mark. And they referenced 18 feet for part of it to First Creek, and then they swapped to mean high water. So now we have two different datums that we're measuring off of. We have 18 feet from basically from Clark's Point minus the special area there, the 750, all the way to First Creek. And then from First Creek, they reference mean high water from First to Third, and then from Third to Edlin Point. So that makes a little confusion. So we're trying to get rid of that. That's part of the reason we want to go just to GPS waypoint lines. Did that answer your question?
I think so. I might have to talk to you a little bit more outside of this, but thank you.
All right, thanks for your testimony today, John.
Thank you.
Nicholas Dowie?
Good morning, Madam Chair, Board. My name is Nicholas Dowie. I was born and raised in Kodiak, Alaska, and I am a fourth-generation lifelong setnet fisherman in the Nushagak District. I also hold a doctorate degree in science in which I had a strong focus on evolutionary ecology. I co-authored proposals 12, 41, and 61. I have since withdrawn support for 12 and 61 as I know Chinook conservation is a much broader discussion to be had. For the rest of my testimony, I would like to focus on Proposal 41 concerning setnet site erosion with possible changes demonstrated in the map found in PC 55. There will also be a written version of this testimony provided. As with much of coastal western Alaska, significant erosion has impacted Eekuk Beach. Coastal erosion on Eekuk Beach presents a problem for regulated distances established in the early 80s, which were somewhat arbitrarily determined based on mean high water and land-based geographic markers. Erosion has and will continue to affect historic and anchoring locations regarding regulatory offshore distances. Outer anchoring systems can be very old, costly, and time-sensitive to establish, as only the lowest tides can be used to not only put out buoys and lines seasonally, but to develop an anchoring system typically over many years so it's durable. Modernizing distance regulations by establishing an outer boundary line with GPS waypoints is essential in many ways. It allows for discernible enforcement. It defines a distinct line for drift fishermen where their nets will not entangle setnet sites. It increases protection for setnet sites, where unlike the rest of Bristol Bay, there is no minimum offshore distance requirement for drift vessels, and frequent incursions between gear types can occur, often resulting for damages to setnet operations. Also provides an equitable solution for the historic sites under changing climatic conditions. It is non-allocative in issue. Sites will stay at their historic locations. The setnet fleet in the Nushagak is typically very significantly behind the allocation currently, as in the last 12, 14 years. And if not implemented, historic sites will have to start moving shoreward and would decrease the sockeye harvest of the beach in the future. Additionally, changes in distances are currently stepwise based on geographic landmarks prior to the use of GPS, going from 500 to 700 feet at First Creek and 700 to 1,000 feet at Third Creek. This problem is further exemplified as erosion has particularly large impact on First, Second, and Third Creek locations. These hard boundaries initially created were not equitable, as southerly nets at these locations can overshadow northerly nets. This was based on the best methodology at the time, but GPS waypoints can modernize these subjective markers and offshore distances. I think I'm almost out of time, so I guess I'll stop right there.
Thanks, Nick. Any questions? Ms. Mitchell?
Yeah, I do have one question. We heard in earlier public testimony about an either-or rule in an area that was experiencing erosion as well. Is that not an option, or is that not a favorable option for this area?
Yes, specifically, can you repeat what that option is?
I wish we had the testifier up. Maybe a department can speak to this, but the either-or rule, I think it was something of they can either have 1,000 or a certain length of net in the water, and/or they had to start when the tide was, or when the gear was dry, but we have department coming to speak to it.
We do have an either-or rule for -3, or based on whatever the distance is from that mean high tide mark, but.
Thank you, through the chair. For the record, my name is Travis Ellison. Even within a district, there's different regulations for set gill nets in relation to how far they can be from shore. The either-or rule, the previous person giving testimony about was talking about the Quejack section, where part of the Quejack section, you must be, I believe it's within 1,000 feet of the 18-foot high tide line, or your net must be dry at the time of the opening. And that's the either-or there that is specific to part of the Quejack section, and he's talking about a different place in the Nushagak.
Follow up?
Okay, maybe I misheard from before, but that was seen as a potential way of dealing with this erosion issue that seems to be pretty prevalent throughout the areas? Or is that what that rule is intended to do?
Yeah, that's part of it. In some of these areas, you have really, really large, long mud flats that go out beyond 1,000 feet, and that's where you tend to see that either-or rule.
Thank you, and I'll talk with people on breaks and stuff, understand it better. Thank you.
Mr. Wood? Nope, don't go too far anyway. He's got a couple more questions.
I misunderstood the thank you, I'm sorry.
On the mud flat issue building up, I was under the impression that's a long-term development. In other words, it's been ongoing since the early 80s, late 70s. Could you comment on the timing of this?
Yeah, through the chair. Yeah, I guess the timing would be pretty haphazard, right? So it's based on yearly influxes. We can have a lot of erosion one year, maybe not so much on another. I think that's what you're referring to, correct, right? That there's no standard and that it's just based on weather conditions and patterns?
That, and when you get your shore leases, what is it, 10 years is the max you can get and whatnot, you do so under the new conditions, do you not?
Yes.
So
every 10 years it's renewable, yeah.
Okay, just wanted to confirm that, thank you.
Right.
All right, now you can step away. Appreciate your
Thank you,
testimony.
Madam Chair.
Thank you. Next up is Everett Thompson, representing the Naknek and Quejack AC. Hi, Everett.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Board, and Department. My name is Everett Thompson, co-chair of the Naknek Tribal Advisory Committee. Our AC is fairly made up with all user groups in the fisheries. Right into the proposals, Prop 11, full support. We've had some of our committee members work on the management plan and these amendments. All user groups have been involved, and they have our full support. We skipped over 12C, Prop 11 was done. Prop 13, full opposition. User groups have been working well together for some years now, and we feel this proposal is divisive with Finfish. And the Nush is already being managed with increased escapement and fishing tides that will reduce the harvest of kings. Prop 14, full support housekeeping by department. Prop 15, traditionally our committee takes no action in other areas unless it somehow directly affects us. So we took no action. You'll see others like that as well. Prop 16, full support. Before going into sports fish proposals, we'd like the time to share with the board the sentiment of the Naknek Quejack Advisory Committee. That we are aware that there is a new board, there is only one board member present from the 2018 board cycle, As we welcome the new board members, we are hoping that refreshing both new and old board members about the 2018 meeting will be helpful to move forward with the current board cycle. For the last 10 years, the Naknek River sports fishery has been a growing topic of concern at our local advisory committee meetings. We've heard an outpouring of concern from many of the user groups. The testimony focused primarily on two main issues: one, overcrowding and its effect upon the quality of the experience and the health of the fishery, and two, dwindling king returns. There has been limited fish and game data available for our AC to reference due largely to the lack of funding. The last aerial survey for kings was done in 2009. The only data provided was Alaska Sports Fishing Mail-in Survey, the Southwest Harvest Survey, and the guide logbook data, which since has been abandoned. This data did not reflect the qualitative data that we have been hearing from the public at our meetings. As authorized by the Alaska Statute 16.05.260, advisory committees exist to provide a local forum for collection and expression of opinions and recommendations on matters related to the management of fish and wildlife resources. Our advisory committee spent countless hours crafting 6 proposals in 2008 that were submitted for consideration. 9 additional proposals that were addressing these concerns were also submitted by individuals, for a total of 15 proposals regarding the Naknek River sports fishery. There was a strong representation from sports fishing lodge owners in the 2018 Dillingham meeting, but limited representation from other user groups due to part of the time and travel investment needed to attend these meetings. We felt the voice of the community as represented by the AC was not heard as strongly as it should have been. All of our 6 proposals failed, 8 individual proposals failed, and 1 was withdrawn, and the other, there was 1 minor compensation made to adjust the catch and release boundary for king salmon. Many lodges were in opposition to the conservation measures in the proposals because they felt they would adversely be affected. Additionally, there was limited quantitative data to support the proposals. The board, however, did recognize, due to the overwhelming amount of proposals, the need to explore the situation further. At the meeting prompted by Board Member Kane, the board created a special committee of Naknek River Sports Commercial Services and Guide Fisheries, 2008-293-FB. Despite the failed proposals, the creation of the committee provided reassurance to our AC and to the community as a whole that the problem of the Naknek were being heard, were on the board's radar, and were going to be investigated further. The committee intended to gain a broader perspective on the Naknek sports fishery from all user groups, not just those present at the Board of Fish meeting. Board Member Payton expressed an interest in having town hall meetings and getting subcommittee members out to the area for the fall fishing experience. Those ideas would have been incredibly helpful to provide perspective to the board moving into this cycle as we revisit many of these issues again. Instead, the committee never met once. Taking into account the limitations of COVID during the last 3 years, could the committee not have met via Zoom or done anything? Is the subcommittee dissolved? We'd like to know. Moving forward to today, we are still come to the meeting with these same concerns, only magnified. Overcrowding of the Naknek fishery greatly inhibiting the quality of experience for all user groups, and drastic decline in our king returns. We do appreciate the efforts of Fish and Game in doing 2 studies in the overcrowding during the fall trout fishery and a krill survey on the kings. This is an improvement, but still limited data specifically on kings. We are still referencing the same data from the Southwest Harvest Survey and 2016 logbook data that again we feel is inconsistent with the user group's experiences. How do we get out of the repeat loop of no funding, no data, no action on these proposals? How do we tell the community members that they are being heard? What message was sent when the subcommittee designed to hear their concern never met? We feel this erodes the public's confidence and interest in participating in the public process, as well as the advisory committee's willingness to volunteer their time. Lastly, we intend this letter to be informative as to the events of the last board cycle and not accusatory. We believe that given the funds, there would be more studies done. The frustration and lack of funding is not directed towards biologists, but the lack of funding seems to be consistent and unchanging limitation. We hope the limitation no longer impedes decisions from being made, specifically regarding the urgency to addressing our king salmon returns. We believe strongly that conservation measures need to occur now. We look forward to meeting and working with all the board members and the fish and game biologists to find solutions to these problems. Thanks for the attention and concern on this. The Nactic Quejac Advisory Committee. So with that said, I'd like to move on to Prop 17. We're in full support on this proposal, addressing too many operators on the river. Prop 18, we fully oppose. Main River closed from March to November to bait fish anyways. Prop 19, full support. We are concerned about mortality of our trout with such tackle. It's too effective and trout swallow lures deeper into their mouth. Prop 21, we have full support. Not many rainbows are taken by non-residents anyway. Prop 22, full support, in support 73, sorry. Prop 23, fully oppose. It goes against our values in protecting our kings. Prop 24, we fully support. Anglers should be able to distinguish the sexes between sexes of the fish and the kings, and they could err on the side of caution, letting them go if they can't tell the sexes of the kings. Prop 25, fully support, similar to 24. Prop 26, fully support, written by a lifelong resident in our area and former mayor, trying to protect our king salmon for future generations. Prop 27, full support, good place to start in trying to keep our coho when we've seen a decline in numbers in the past, and we need more data. Prop 30, full support, second Sunday of each month, June to September, to let the youth enjoy the fishery. That's a no-brainer to our committee. Prop 31, fully opposed. Finfish is already required to report king harvest. Committee felt sports fishery needs to have reporting done as well. Prop 32, fully opposed, similar to 31. On to the Comfish. Prop 34, opposed 9-1. That area in the river is getting into the navigable waters. Prop 35, opposed 9-1. We don't need more duplicates, similar regulations. Prop 36, 37, 38. We actually oppose these proposals 7-3. Feel that there's enough regulation involved. We don't need this as well. So a lot of discussion. Prop 39, fully oppose. There's already a regulation in place. Prop 40, fully oppose. Our committee felt there was no good reason to open more set net area on the Quejac. And some of us have historic, ties to that area of fishing. So Prop 42, 43, we fully oppose. Our committee has gone back and forth on this over the years. What we have in place is working, and we'd like to keep it out that way, So Prop 44, fully oppose. We need not to change what is already working. Prop 45, fully oppose. It's an unreasonable proposal. Prop 46 and 47, fully oppose. Current model is working. Prop 49, opposed 6-2. A couple felt it could be good for enforcement and other reasons, while the majority of the committee felt salmon should be taken close to their rivers of origin. Prop 50, we fully oppose. Prop 51, 52, 53, 54, opposed 6-2. And I'll go into my personal testimony with our AC to finish this off, please. Prop 51 to 54, we
Everett? Hi, right here. So what do you have left for the AC report? Just a couple more?
Yes.
Okay, I'll allow you a little bit of latitude to
So
quickly wrap it up.
With Prop 51 to 54, borough taxes and tenders, all this discussion, we oppose it 6-2. Prop 55, same discussion, no action. Prop 56, fully oppose, just complicated things. Prop 57, fully oppose, overall wanted to keep current allocation plan in place. Prop 58, fully oppose, commercial fishing belongs out in the regular district. Prop 59, we took no action due to Prop 60. Prop 60, fully support. Align the fall fishing schedule on the east side. Prop 61, full support. Some situations aren't conducive to separate salmon, weather, sleep deprivation. We are targeting sockeye, so we fully support Prop 61. Processors do chum percentage per tender deliveries, they can do
Okay.
king salmon.
All right, thank you. So, first of all, I just wanted to say that I really, really appreciate the AC's really thoughtful comments and their letter. It's really good feedback. I also wanted to, I'm reaching back into my memory to recall what we did with that special committee at the work session, and I think we didn't dissolve it. I think we were seeking input from the public about whether or not it had value to maintain it and to move it forward. But I'll refer to the executive director if that's yeah. So it's not gone. So I just wanted to provide that clarification to you. Mr. Wood has a question.
I looked through the RCs real quickly, and I didn't see that letter. If you have not already submitted it as an RC, would you please do so?
Yeah, it's for AC, yes, I could submit it here.
Any other questions? Mr. Carpenter?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I just had a quick question, about the AC makeup. You guys got a lot going on, commercial, sport. Do you have either lodge owners or professional guides that are actually sitting members of your AC?
Yeah, we do. Our committee's pretty evenly made up by guides, sports fishing industry, subsistence fishery, and the commercial fishery. It's very even. It's very good working committee.
Just follow up real quick. And then I guess the other question I had, some of the proposals talk about overcrowding, especially in specific areas. Is there a sentiment in the community of Naknek or surrounding villages that some of this overcrowding at very specific points in time are in any way disenfranchising the local population from utilizing resources because of that overcrowding?
Yeah, absolutely. None of us local guys want to go up there, or local fishers want to go up there and fish in a combat sports fishery where all the good spots are taken by, either the sports fishing guys or the outfitters or anything like that. There's several spots that are the good spots to hit, and they're not fun to fish in, and they're not very good experience for, local people whatsoever. It's not our river in the summertime at all. And that's some of it's fine, but some of it needs just to be addressed, So I looked at.
All right, thank you for your service on the AC, and thank you for being here to provide the AC report. And so now you can go ahead and move into your personal testimony.
Okay, so I'll just finish off this Prop 62 because I'm here for the AC. And I'll dive into that. Okay.
Okay.
Prop 62, full support. We can help local fishermen better. We will in the future if we can. We will. And for my testimony, I'm a lifelong fisherman and resident of Naknek, Alaska. My main things are the tow line. I got 900 foot of tow line on my boat. I hardly use it. But sure is nice. Sometimes when I get into a pinch, I need to get out somewhere. I'm losing water. I'm sleep deprived. Next thing you know, the water dropped. I can, get out there and then work my gear out. I'm not hurting my fish. I'm not dragging real hard. I'm not pulling my net, halfway out of the water like some of these guys. And the other proposals that I support, I oppose the tow line regulations. But I do support the general district with it being after the fall fishing schedule. It would be great on enforcement, and fishermen could be actual fishermen again. Some people don't even want to fish out there into these time periods because the different line segments are so overrun by, fishermen, and most of them outside fishermen. You can't get a legal set in, and so it's frustrating to fish. So if we had a broad, open district, in the fall fishing schedule, we could be fishermen again. And the escapement should be already met in other places of the bay, So I highly support the general district, and that's really all I have.
Very good, thank you. Any questions? Again, thank you for your personal testimony and the AC report. Next up is Alexander Palek? Hi, Alexander. I hope I didn't butcher your name too badly.
Good morning, Madam Chair. I think you said my name just fine, thank you. Good morning, Board. Good morning, ADF&G. Thank you for having me today. So my name is Alexander Palik. Live in the village of Levelock. I serve as a tribal president and a village leader. That's right there in the heart of Bristol Bay on the Kvichak River. So I've been there my whole life, set netter and drift gill netter, commercial fish user, and a subsistence hunter. I live in the Bristol Bay for my lifestyle, and being a commercial fisherman is something I've been very interested in for a long, long time. I recently got a permit in 2016 and started owning my own boat in 2019. I choose this lifestyle so I could have the opportunity to be a commercial fisherman in our region. And it brings a lot of fruitfulness to my family, to our way of life, and to keep the permits here in Alaska. And, as I continue on, I have a genuine support of proposals here that as a fisherman and a concern for the king salmon stock. So I'll just go off with, in support of the proposal Proposal 11, I just asked the board to defer that with moving this into a March state meeting for a due date. Some of the reasons is, we still have to continue to get a comprehensive solution for the kings to facing the management of the king salmon fisheries in the Nushagak drainage in reference to 5 AAC .06.361, excluding number 6, under sports fishing special provisions. So a king salmon action plan is needed for the Nushagak. I as a fisherman, still want to have the ability to fish in districts and have that choice. So we can have the opportunity to live a better life in the wintertime. If there's no fish in the other districts, I'd be able to have that choice. So, king salmon management plan is heavily on the table right now, and we can't make the decision today. I urge you guys not to. So Proposal 22, I'm in support of that. Big Creek closed from June 1st to July 31st, specifically protecting king salmon and preventing the catch of kings. Also in support of Proposal 27, and I'm just going to keep that short, described as in the proposed description. In support of 29, also described in the proposal description. Proposal 48, I support the written proposal as is. So it brings merit to the fisherman that's registered in the Togiak district. The fact that the fisherman who is registered in that district intends to stay there all through the season, therefore rely on the abundance of the harvest during that period of time. And I just want to echo Mr. Kupchayak's testimony that it is important for our lifestyle as we live. I just want to echo that.
Alexander, your time's up.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, and I know you probably have more to add here, so I would encourage you to stick around for committee work, because we'll have more opportunity to add to your testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Patricia Edo. Morning, welcome.
Good morning. First and foremost, to the board and the department, thank you. From my experience on our local advisory committee, I get a glimpse of how much dedication and work is involved with what you do, and that it's no easy task, and that we really appreciate it. My name's Patricia Adele. I'm a resident of King Salmon, Alaska. And as a Naknek Kvichak AC member, I'm happy to speak to any of the proposals submitted by our AC. However, with limited time, I'd like to focus on Proposal 30 regarding the establishment of a Naknek River youth fishery. First, a bit about my background as it seems relevant to this proposal. 25 years ago, I left a job at the Division of Wildlife and Fisheries Education to guide on the Naknek. I was the assistant coordinator to the statewide angler education program, which was a program focused heavily upon youth fisheries. However, after that first summer guiding, my focus shifted and I began to build my business, Blue Fly, a bed and breakfast and guide service on the Naknek River. These days, when I'm not guiding, I'm teaching math and science at our local school. So you can see why this proposal involves two things that I'm passionate about, fishing and teaching. Some of my most memorable days on the river were spent sharing it with my students. Over the past 25 years that I've been guiding, I've seen the number of local residents, specifically families or friends of families, out enjoying the river less and less. Recently, I discovered an astonishing majority of my students have never even been upriver fishing ever. Some vaguely recall a fishing trip, and now only a small portion get out on the river with any frequency. What has changed and why? Reflecting on these changes is what motivated me to stand before you today asking you for your support of Proposal 30. The increase in the number of guides and the competitive nature of the fishery has discouraged families from coming out and enjoying a casual day of fishing in their own backyard. The department's Rainbow Creel Survey, RC033, shows a 325% increase in angler effort from 1999 to 2019 and 2020. And I'd like to note that the 2020 study was during COVID. Youth fisheries have already been implemented in areas throughout the state experiencing commercial and recreational pressure. In response to the increasing pressure and low king salmon returns, implementing a youth fishery will allow for equal opportunity and access to the resource. I believe creating a space for youth like my students to connect to the river will foster future stewardship of our natural resources. It is time to give back to the community, and this small step would be one in the right direction. I'd like you to note this proposal will still allow guides to work on the 4 days requested for the youth fishery. And lastly, I'd like to encourage the board to review public comments 24, public comment 28, and public comment 38 as they provide very valuable insight to the need for a youth fishery and the quality of experience on the Naknek River. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Adele. Mr. Wood has a question.
I think you hit the nail on the head when you said families and not getting access that they once had or should have. Why would we want to restrict that access only to the youth on that boat? Why not have just adults able to fish as well?
Well, typically, it's about the youth fishing, but of course, there's going to have to be an adult driving the boat, helping them cast, netting their fish. So the adults are very active in the process, especially for the little guys. They can't go out in the boat by themselves. So it's a family event, or a lot of children in the community don't necessarily have parents that fish, so it's friends of families. It would be wonderful if some of the lodges stepped up and offered to provide services during those days of the youth fishery too.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Thank you. I commend you for bringing this idea to the forefront. I think that this sort of proposal is exactly what we're missing all over Alaska. I think the more we get into the future, the less children are playing outside and enjoying the youthful experiences that I did. I guess my question, though, is considering your involvement with the AC and your involvement in the commercialized portion of, the bed and breakfast charter operation, what sort of support publicly in Naknek and in King Salmon do you feel that's really behind this idea? And do the commercial guides in the area generally, do you think that they support this idea?
Most of the commercial guides that I've spoken with do support it. Some of them have even offered to help with it. There is, the way the boundaries are set up, there is about 7 miles of upper river and the lake that are available for guides to guide if for, say, some reason the flyout lodges couldn't fly out, and so their entire guests need to be on the river fishing. There's options for them, so it doesn't prohibit them from making a livelihood. So I think, yes, I feel that there is a lot of support for this.
Okay, thank you very much for your testimony
Thank you,
today.
guys.
Abe Williams? Morning, Abe, welcome.
Good morning. Madam Chair, members of the board, staff, thank you for the time you put in here to make this all possible, and we really appreciate this. So, for the record, my name is Abe Williams. I'm a Bristol Bay commercial fisherman. I have for more than 40 years. I was born and raised in Naknek, king salmon, and I continue to fish out there along with my 3 boys. I'm here to talk a little bit about my involvement out there and share with you a little bit of my support and opposition. So proposals 36, 42, 43, 44, and 45 are proposals that I oppose. I really want to speak specifically to the support for 46 and 47. This is permit stacking. The current model of permit stacking, as you've heard from some, is certainly a model that is working in Bristol Bay. We look at it right now, and we see that there's approximately 50 miles of gillnet gear that has been removed from the fishery. And I think that's extremely important, considering the fact that we're dealing with a lack of kings and possibly a management regime that's going to address that accordingly when it comes to the fishery itself. I believe that proposals 46 and 47 offer a lot to that as far as conservation. I believe that we could possibly remove another 50 miles of gear from the fishery and consolidate that fishery down to what was recognized as the optimum numbers way back when the study was done. And that study produced numbers of anywhere from 900 to 1,200 drift boats. Currently, we see about 1,700 active permits in the fishery, and as you've seen from the department's pictures of the Johnson Hill line, this fishery can be very congested, and this is in all districts. It becomes a problem to where people are making proposals to limit the restrict your tow lines and things of that nature. So I believe that, again, when we looked at these proposals in regard to what it has to offer for the fishery, I think the detriment in regard to disenfranchisement for others coming into the fishery, being from Bristol Bay and being born and raised there, I've watched out-migration of the permit and the fishery leave since 1971. That's nothing that you want to see, but under different opportunity, I believe we could claw some of those permits back, especially with the graying of the fleet and how people are looking at retirement. And with that, I'll just leave it at that.
Thanks, Abe. Any questions? Mr. Heimbach, then Mr. Wood.
Morning, Abe. It's been a while. Hey, when it comes to length of tow lines on Johnson Hill, let's say in particular, do you think the congestion and competitiveness of that line is going to limit tow lines in and of itself just simply because the next set is going to cut your tow line if you try to put out 300 feet or 400 feet in front of a boat compared to trying to tow off the shallows? Is it a different situation?
Yeah, I mean, that's a completely different situation. When you have boats that are in the shallows and they're spilling out a little extra tow line to get into the deeper water to, idle along with their net or just maintain what they need to do to circulate water through their refrigeration systems and run their boats. I see the benefit there to have a little extra tow line to make that happen. You'd be you'd be hard pressed to see that happening in the Johnson Hill line or any line for that matter, because just the aggressive nature of what's going on there and just the sheer impact of the amount of boats and how that's how that fishery is prosecuted. You know, the first thing you want to do is you want to get out in front, you want to set your net out, and you want to hold it open as long as you can and start peeling back your net and picking through it. The last thing you want to be doing is winding through, 500 feet of tow line just to get to your net. It's not very productive.
Thanks.
Mr. Wood?
If I understood your testimony correct, the optimum was in the range of 900 boats, and currently there's 1,700 of them out there, is that correct?
The optimum number, I can't remember exactly when this study was done, but the optimum number was 900 to 1,200 boats. This was a study that was preempted after the fact that, the mid-2000s, we were seeing 40 cents a pound for our product, and so there was a fisheries issue out there. They allowed one person to own 2 permits, and they were looking at ways to potentially consolidate that fishery down to an optimum number. And so, yes, 900 to 1,200 was a number that they threw out. 1,700 boats are currently, 1,700 permits currently operate out there, and so approximately 400 of those are operating under the current D permit operations. And like I said, that's approximately 50 miles of gear that's been removed from the fishery, and a few boats. It's helped some folks that didn't have the financial means to maintain themselves in the fishery, and it's also allowed others to operate within their family who owns 2 permits.
Yeah, I'm trying in my mind to quantify what would be the result if indeed this proposal were adopted. How many permits do you think would be clawed back?
Well, I don't think they would claw back very quickly or very aggressively, considering the fact that permits are trading for about $245 to $250. That's $250,000 right now. I just think it'll be a self-regulated opportunity. Not everybody wants to sell their permit and retire from the fishery. But there are those that have family members that are really considering it. They're of age and they want to get out of the fishery. And to me, as an Alaskan, I would like to have that opportunity to buy another permit or have another permit registered in my name and fish it under, the D permit operation. And it enhances my operation. And at the same time, it brings permits and keeps them back in Alaska.
Okay, thank you very much.
Abe, do you have any idea that of that roughly 400 that are operating under the D permit system, how many of those sort of came back into local hands, or I don't know if any of that analysis has been done, but even anecdotally?
I'm pretty sure the CFEC has numbers like that. It's hard for me to quantify that. I didn't really dig into it this year. There's been a plethora of that information over the years of the cycles of the board here when we addressed Bristol Bay. And I think that there's a fair handful of D permits that are operated from a local perspective or an Alaskan perspective. I hate to disenfranchise other Alaskans because they don't specifically live in Bristol Bay, but at the same time, there's a healthy presence of local operations that do that.
Okay, thanks. And I was just reminded that we do have some CFEC staff here, so I might ask some of those questions later.
Okay.
Any other questions? Thank you for being here. Thank you for your testimony.
All right, thank you.
Next up is Teal Smith. Teal Smith. I saw him here earlier. Okay, first call.
Did you say Joe Clutch? Oh, okay.
Is Mickey Sharp in the room? Is Mickey Sharp here? Hi, Mickey. Welcome.
Hello? Yeah, Mickey Sharp here. Bristol Bay, Twin Hills. I'm proposing 48. Yeah, I've been fishing over in Togiak pretty much all my life, like over about 30 years. In the past 4 or 5 years, you know, that after seeing the Russians coming fishing over, they were a small fleet. Now they really expanded over the years. Now they have their own big tender. And last year was one of the most boats I ever seen over there. We've been expecting our runs, but you know, the fish, they just don't show up over there. There'd be some fish, but you know, they just flicker off. But last year was kind of ridiculous watching those big boats fishing over in the bay. That was kind of, it gets kind of out of hand, you know, after watching how they fish. They fish with 4 nets. Sometimes we watch them, they'd be tied up to the rocks up from the beach, and they'd be anchored out with their boat. That's one of the things I seen last season, and there was awfully lots last year. The run wasn't that great last year also, a run we were expecting. That's pretty much all I got to say.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you for being here. Appreciate your testimony today, and thank you for making the trip. Moses Kritz. Togiak AC. Hi, Moses. Welcome.
Go ahead, Madam Chair. My name is, and members of the board, thank you so much for allowing me to testify on behalf of Togiak Advisory Committee. We had our meeting on November 10, and we had most of the members that are present in the meeting. ADF&G was present with the season summary report, and the forecast for 2023 looked like it's going to be 700,000 sockeye. The sports fish report indicated kings were below average, and an emergency order was issued at July 19th, restricting the bag limit. We supported Proposal 29 and discussed it at length, and a motion was made to adopt Proposal 29 as amended. The amendment was to strike the language until the annual commercial catch in Togiak River section has harvested 2,000 king salmon, and instead change bag and possession limit of kings under 20 inch to 10, and close waters above the mouth of Qisak River to sport fishing for kings. AC supported this unanimously. AC also adopted Proposal 48 and supported it unanimously. Proposal 48, this would change the date where permits and vessels that fish in other Bristol Bay districts would be allowed to fish Togiak District from July 27 to August 4. It would change the date that permits and vessels that fish Togiak would be allowed to fish in the other districts from July 27 to August 4. This proposal would extend protection afforded to Togiak fishery by an additional week. In years of bigger returns, this will keep effort low and increase the change of foregone harvest in Togiak District. That's all I have.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Kritz. Are there any questions for him on his AC report? All right, thank you very much. And if you'd like to give your personal testimony at this time, we'd love to hear it.
I thought I lost for a moment. Guyana again, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Moses Kritz. I am from Togiak. I fished majority of my life fishing in Togiak. And I started fishing back in 1964 as a crew member. I am supporting Proposal 29 as amended by the Togiak Advisory Committee. I'm also on AC Committee. The Togiak commercial fishermen supported the King Salmon boundary line in good faith. That's when we created the line wanting to conserve the king salmon, but nobody else besides our village wanted to, came in to support it. So we've always been in conservation mode. We need to keep the escapement up while the return was coming back in lower numbers. We need sports fishermen to also support our determination to keep that line in. On Proposal 48, I am supporting Proposal 48 as written. The run is coming in later time, and we are starting to process fish later. The transfer date needs to be adjusted with the run timing, and we need the date to be moved to August 4 to keep with the run timing. The bigger outsider boats are coming in and fishing aggressively, and we have seen illegal fishing happening in those times, tying up to the beach and throwing the anchor line with 200 fathoms. And next to them is a set netter with a 50 fathom. And I don't think they're catching very much in that time. We had about 5 to 7 drift gill netters from the other district that came into Togiak and fished throughout the summer. I'm supporting Proposal 48 as it is written. The run is coming later. So the timing, the fish that are showing up to Togiak seems like they're coming in a week later than it used to. So that's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Kritz. Any questions? Seeing none, Cleona, for your service on the AC and for
Thank
being
you.
here today. All right, the time is 11:58, so let's go ahead and take a lunch break. reconvening or coming back together at 1:30, and we will also do second calls for the following people right after lunch. Second calls will be made right after lunch for Harry Moore, Dan Herrig, Chris Klosterman, Billy Delaney, and Teal Smith. Second calls first up right after lunch. Thank you. All right, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back. The time is 1:39. We're back on the record. We're going to continue with public testimony at this time, and we're going to begin with second calls from the morning session. So, second call for Harry Moore. Is Harry here? Don't see him. Second call, Dan Herrig. No Dan? Okay. Second call for Chris Klosterman. No Chris. Second call for Billy Delaney. I saw Billy. Hi, Billy. Good afternoon, welcome, and press the button when you're ready and put yourself on the record.
Madam Chair, members of the board, thank you for this opportunity. I'll try to speak quickly. My name is Billy Delaney. I'm a former Alaska resident. I have participated in Alaska commercial fisheries in different capacities for 25 years. I'm a board member of the Kvichak Set Netters Association. A record of the positions our organization took action on can be referenced in Public Comment 41. Regarding proposals 49 through 50, the KSA strongly opposes a general district in Bristol Bay. I strongly believe that managing the fisheries and terminal harvest areas is the only way to ensure the long-term sustainability of distinct runs. I currently live and fish on the Columbia River, where intercept fisheries have further damaged efforts to preserve the fragile wild Chinook stocks that still exist. Regarding Proposal 57, the KSA is strongly opposed to removing set and drift allocation as a management tool in the Naknek-Kvichak district. The current set allocation protects set netters' access to the fishery on slim years. I would like to support Proposal 40 with amended language that the current regulatory provision that the maximum distance a set gillnet may be operated offshore is as follows. No part of a set gillnet may be more than 1,000 feet from the 18-foot high water mark, or B, that the web of the shoreward end of the set gillnet must go dry at the time of the opening. I propose this be extended to encompass the whole of the Kvichak subdistrict for uniformity. I've spent a number of years participating in commercial fisheries in Washington State, where federally recognized tribes have a right to access and management of commercial harvests in perpetuity via the Bolt decision. My first opportunity to attend a Board of Fish meeting was the year I bought my permit at the 2012 Naknek session, where permit stacking and consolidation in the set net fishery were being addressed. I had the opportunity to oppose consolidation efforts that might harm watershed residents' ability to gain access to the fishery. I have at times been frustrated in my past participation that Alaska's regulatory system has no mechanism by which to explicitly address access to the fishery for watershed residents, and more specifically, Alaska Native stakeholders. That being said, it is apparent in regulation and in the careful deliberations I have witnessed from the board that there is a great deal of implicit care given to these issues. I believe that some of the issues raised in Proposal 40 may carry larger implicit implications around meaningful access to the fishery on the Kvichak. I would like to support the testimony given today by a member of the Kvichak Set Netters Association, Lainey Moses. The proposals and record comments submitted to the board may impact his historical fishing site, and I hope this issue can be discussed more deeply in committee with the care and consideration it deserves, while allowing local stakeholders to voice their concerns. Thank you.
Thank you, Billy. Questions from the board? Seeing none, appreciate your testimony today. Thank you for being here, and we'll probably talk more in committee. Next up is second call for Teal Smith. Hi, Teal. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Board members, thank you for the opportunity to share a short testimony. I first off want to thank the leadership and management of Fisheries for Bristol Bay. There's been some really big years, and all gear types, processors, and I think have benefited because of that. We want to keep doing that. I was born and raised in Bristol Bay, and a lifelong commercial fisherman, did drifting and set netting. And today my comments will be brief. I can highlight and just summarize on a couple of the proposals, but I'll spend a little bit of time on one particular one. Support 40, no to 49 to 54, and no to allocation changes. Let me take a moment on allocation changes, making it less about the allocation and more about supporting management tools that have been in place for a long time and benefit both gear types as a management tool. We're kind of at the end of the catch pipeline, and so this particular allocation tool is both potentially meaningful on the management but also on the catch side. And for the drifter side, they can have more catch time to balance those numbers as needed. I've drifted and set, so I understand that concept. Anyway, long and the short of it is that's where I'm at on these particular proposals. And I enjoy fishing still with my family, and it's a family business as well as a culture and tradition for us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Teal. Are there any questions from the board? Seeing none, appreciate your testimony today. Thank you for being here. All right, that concludes first call, so we'll move into our list again. First up is Travis Ball with the Nushagak AC. Hi, Travis, welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. I feel it's a privilege to be able to come do this. Alaska is a unique opportunity for the public to be involved in all this, and it's something that I really appreciate. For the record, my name is Travis Ball. I'm a member of the Nushagak AC Board. I represent the community of Aleknigik, and I also sit as the vice chair. I brought our minutes here to go by, and so we'll start with Proposal 11. We had a lot of conversation on Proposal 11, and we appreciate all the hard work that went into this, but we were also kind of told at the same time of the King Salmon Action Management Plan. And so we kind of felt like we kind of be wasting our time, and it might just trump everything we tried to come up with so we could present something to you guys. So it was kind of, we voted no action on this. The AC unanimously voted to ask the board to defer action to a later date when we'll have more time to go through this process of public comment and scrutiny of the plan and make informed decisions on all aspects of the King management and/or action plan across the board. Please delay this to a later date and let the process go through. Proposal 13, pulse, is that right? Did I skip one? No. Proposal 13, pulse fishing of reds to allow kings in the river. We were 0-13 opposed. It would conflict with existing regulation already in the books for the Nushagak district area. There were discussions of excessive escapement, mandatory long closures, limit management's ability to react and manage to changing run timings. If we had done this year, we would have let 800,000 fish go up the river because he let us fish the next tide, and the catch was almost 1 million fish in one tide. So tying the management's hands, I don't think is the right answer on this. Proposal 14, we see that as a housekeeping. We approved that 3-0. Proposal 18, prohibit the use of salmon eggs for sport fishing. We're 0 to 13 opposed. This was too general and broad of a proposal, and even the rainbow trout plan accommodates bait in some areas in the Bristol Bay area. Proposal 20, prohibit the use of bait and barbed hooks in the Wood River system. That was 0 to 13 opposed. Proposal 28, close the Noosh, Mulchatna, and Noyakuck River drainages to sport fishing kings. So we had a lot of conversation on this, and I know there's been some testimony to this. The AC kind of felt like, you know, we're kind of getting into the upper part of the district, where kings have ran through the gauntlet. You know, they're not fresh out of the system. You know, they're up in the spawning beds and getting close to the spawning beds, getting tired. And we just felt like, you know, at this day and age and where we're sitting at right now with a king management issue and king escapement issues, that as a board, we supported it 13 to 1. And we just felt like sport fishing in known spawning areas of the upper part of the rivers was a bad idea. I know that, you know, they talked about harvest up there, you know, in the 200 range. Well, if you're harvesting 200, probably times that by 10 on how many you caught, you know, and you're talking about the fish that actually made it, not the ones that died along the way, the ones that actually got to where they're going. So it can turn into a pretty huge number of a lot of spawning kings that actually made it up there, which is kind of our problem we got going right now. Proposal 29, restrict the Togiak River king salmon sport fishery. I know this has been amended, but as it was written, we opposed it 014. Proposal 31 required sport fishing and king salmon harvest and guided sport fisheries in commercial areas. So we opposed this 0 to 13, but you know, already the commercial fleet reports their catch, and Tim's getting a processing report from those guys. I know we kind of got thrown under the bus, it felt like earlier. I know my processor makes me report everything. I get asked about 3 times every time I get in there. I think what's kind of not being talked about is we catch a lot of, what we do catch, we had 8,000 kings the commercial fleet caught 2 years ago. Our king average in that 8,000 pounds was 8.1 pounds. That's a pretty small king. Looks a lot like a red. You're fishing on I mean, we have the luxury of being on the shore and all the fish getting sorted. You're fishing on a boat, all that stuff comes out of the net, goes into a bin. It's hard to teach people how to differentiate species. And then, you know, when you're talking that small, you're not trying to make a bunch of money on 400 pounds of kings that 30% were reported, so you're holding 30% back to make an extra couple $100. That's not why it's happening, okay? Just wanted to make that clear. Anyway, Proposal 32, based on actions and comments on Proposal 31, we oppose that. Proposal 35, increased minimum distance between units of gear and drift gill nets, set and drift gill nets. A lot of discussion on this. 4 to 8, we opposed it. We felt like it was a little bit too liberal. You know, the people, there's the 4 obviously on the board, recognize a big problem across the board. We have a problem across the board with enforcement and management and everything because of defunding from the state. That's the bottom line. I mean, we got, what, 3, 4, 5 troopers trying to take care of the whole Nooshagak district, take care of sport fishing, and manage the villages during the summertime. That's kind of a small force to enforce everything. So we felt it was a little allocative. Is there a happy medium in there? I think so. Proposal 36, limit length of tow lines for drifters. I'll discuss this a little bit more in my personal testimony, but I think we have a real issue here and it needs to be addressed. I've had a lot of drifters complaining about that, and a lot of people have already mentioned some of the issues. You know, having a spot and scope on the back of your boat to see your net doesn't really seem like the intent of drift fishing to me. So in Proposal 36, we voted to amend to 500 feet And then we voted on that, 5-5 fail. It was a tie. 37, no action on 36 because of, no action because of proposal 36. And then we tabled 38 and we amended that to a 300-foot distance, and that one passed 7-2. Proposal 39, prohibit placement of set net gear on shorefish release. That was a 9-0 no action. Felt like the regulations are already there to address this issue. Someone had a beef to pick. So proposal 41, adjust seaward boundary for set gill nets gears on Ecock Beach. That passed 9-0. Just to clarify, we've got a real enforcement issue there. We're the only place in Bristol Bay where there is no buffer zone for set netters on Ecock Beach. They get to bounce right off our buoy. So I fish there personally. And enforcement, you say, hey, I got some, I've lost, I average 3 sets of buoys ripped out and gone every year. That's my average, running 2 sites. You call enforcement, they say, hey, do the work for us. We don't have enough staff. Take the pictures, do what you got to do, which we can't do because we're not there all the time. And then they come down, they're like, well, we can't really enforce it because we can't really enforce your distance. So we don't know if you're legal or if they're illegal because of the ambiguity of the language as far as how we measure our distance out of there. So this is really an enforcement issue. We're not asking for any more. My sites won't change 1 foot. It's been in the same place since I started fishing in 1977. It's the same exact spot. So we're not asking for anything more. We're just asking for a clear definition of a boundary line so that we can maybe have enforcement a little bit on our side. Proposal 42, repeal 200 fathoms of D permits. That was a 4-5 oppose. Lots of discussion, pros and cons. D permits haven't helped locals as much as expected. Pros and obviously the people are for it. I think have family that it's helped within the area, and people against it kind of feel like it's alienated some of the drifters, kind of make them second-class citizen in the drift fleet. They get bigger limits, bigger bonuses. They catch twice as much fish. I'm getting close, but I'll use my personal time, if that's okay.
That's fine. If you'd like to choose to do that, I would also just direct members' attention to AC 7, where the Nushagak AC on-time advisory committee comments are located as well.
Yes, and also RC 6, we had 2 meetings, so our second meeting minutes didn't make it in there.
Very good,
Sorry,
thank you.
I didn't say that at the
No,
beginning.
that's helpful. Thanks, Travis. Okay, if you'd like to begin your personal testimony, you're welcome to do so.
I'll just continue with the AC. I'd like to get through this. I feel this is a little more important. So sunsetting the D permits, that passed 5-4. Again, those against have family involved in the D permit. Those in favor recognize the issues that D boats have created within our fishery. They feel the intent of the D permit has been met and has turned into a separation of drift operations, further disenfranchising smaller boats and making it harder to compete in the fishery, potentially driving them out of the fishery. Proposal 45 provides single drift permits more fishing opportunity. 3-6, we oppose that. And this is the result of not feeling like they're getting a fair shake, and some people, the 3 on there think that, maybe they should get more fishing time because they're kind of not they're disenfranchised. Imagine sitting in a movie theater and having Shaq sit in front of you. How much movie would you get to see, So anyway, that was opposed, and management believes this to create a new gear class, requires separate openings, possibly separate allocations, would be extremely confusing and complicated. Proposal 46-7, permit stacking, 0-9, completely opposed. Proposal 47, no action based on 46. Let's see, proposal 48, delay the date transfer, 9-0, we supported that. It's a small district, has a history of kind of being a certain area, and the run timing's changed there, so we supported that proposal. 49, reestablish general district. 0 to 9, we oppose this. This is a mixed stock fishery. I think we proved this in the past. You know, the whole proposal mentioned nothing about the Nushagak. And we knew for a fact there's data that Nushagak fish are in there. And I don't think the justification of illegal fishing already happening isn't really a good justification for just, might as well make it legal for all of us. But we prefer, the districts were set up to responsibly catch fish close to their river origins and just stay that way. Proposal 50 through 54, we all oppose that based on our previous actions. Proposal 56, preseason test sets for drift boats, 0 to 9 oppose. Given the status of the Kings and Nushagak, there's no way this should be allowed. It is seen as a problematic to administer, enforce, and for buyers, because a lot of times processors aren't even ready to buy yet. So, Prop 62, allow all commercial gear types to fish herring simultaneously in Bristol Bay. You've heard already, there's been a real decrease there. Price on that's way down. We supported this. We didn't have any input at the time from the Togiak AC, but this would not preclude ADF&G from separating gear types in the future if it were needed. So we supported that. And I made it.
Good job. Well done. Thank you very much for that report and for also using your personal time to complete it. I appreciate it. Are there questions for Travis? Travis, thank you for being here. Thank you for your service on the AC.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Robert Hayano? Good afternoon, Robert. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Board members, my name is Robert Hayano. I'm a lifelong resident of the Nushagak Bay area. I currently own and operate a Bristol Bay drift gillnet operation. I have past experience in Bristol Bay, set netting, seining, herring, and togiak, and an owner of a small sport fish camp on the Nushagak River. I urge the board to move the action plan and the 3 proposals, 11, 12, and 13, to the March meeting. Releasing the action plan Thanksgiving weekend and taking action on it at this meeting does not provide the public to make meaningful comments to the board. On Proposal 31 and 32, I oppose. I think this could be already accomplished by postseason reporting by the processors. Proposals 36, 37, and 38, I support in concept. I don't have a hard number as to what the length should be. Proposal 41, I oppose. I support the current dual permit regulation. Therefore, I oppose all the proposals that advocate changes, and that would be 42 to 47. The current dual permit regulation provides the foundation of BBEDC's permit loan program and the other BBEDC fishery programs that allow opportunity for Bristol Bay watershed residents to become successful participants in the commercial fishery within Bristol Bay. Proposal 61, I oppose. I don't think it's needed. It'll be very difficult to take the time to measure every king and record that. It would have to be done on the vessel. I also oppose Proposal 35. And general comment on Proposal 57, after listening to the proposal's testimony and what the problem is, I think it needs to be addressed about where does escapement fall within the allocation plan, what takes a priority, because in the Nushagak, we've seen where we're supposed to be not fishing for because of conservation, but the other gear types allowed to fish. So I think that board should address that in some fashion. And that concludes my testimony, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Robert. Any questions? Don't see any. Appreciate, oh, sorry, Mr. Jensen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your testimony, Robert. I didn't hear if you said you supported both herring groups fishing at the same time. You probably did, but I might have missed that. What's your take on that one?
No, I didn't comment on it, but if you're asking for my opinion.
I am.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As the proposer testified, when that regulation was put in place, the fishery had a lot of participants, both seine and gear, and it was put in place to try to eliminate the gear conflicts. Obviously, it's no longer needed, so it's a good change, a rightful change. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert.
Appreciate your testimony today. Thank you for being here. Fritz Johnson. Welcome, Fritz. Good to see you.
And you, Madam Chairman, and board members. For the record, my name is Fritz Johnson. I've been a resident of Dillingham and a Bristol Bay drift fisherman since 1979. And I also sat on your side of the line for a couple terms, and I do appreciate the work that you do. Thanks for your service. This Board of Fish process is remarkable for its populist principles. Very few regulatory bodies provide the same high level of public access, and when it works, it can be fair and effective. But the action plan for Nushagak king salmon is an exception. To expect the public and the board to decide among this complexity of alternatives published just a few days before the start of this meeting is a departure from what stakeholders have a right to expect. I'd urge the board to delay action on the king salmon action plan and give the public and local advisory committees adequate time to evaluate the alternatives. I do want to use up all my time on this one issue, but I probably will, so I will be here for committee work. But if the intent of the action plan is just to reduce harvests and pray it helps the kings, then any of these kind of stair-stepped alternatives would work. But praying or wishing and hoping isn't science. What we know for sure is that king stocks from southeast to the Yukon are in trouble, and we're not sure why. We don't know why. A work by ADF&G staff on immature king salmon abundance in the eastern Bering Sea, published a couple years ago, suggested that king stocks looked like they were improving. Well, that turned out not to be the case, and for the second year in a row, even subsistence fishing for kings and chums on the Yukon was closed. The Kuskokwim experienced similar run failures for both species, and 2 years ago, you couldn't find a chum salmon in the Nushagak. I think we have a situation where we're not seeing the forest for the trees. Our management takes place in silos. It's compartmentalized. Like Cook Inlet focuses on South Central, the Kenai, and the Kasilov. Western Alaska includes the YK and Norton Sound. And in February, you'll be steeped in the Alaska Peninsula, Aleutians, and Chigniks. And now we're looking at the trees, if you will, in Bristol Bay. For our king salmon, the real forest is the North Pacific and the Bering Sea. And, you know, we all know that that's beyond the regulatory reach of the Board of Fish. But I'd urge board members, to use what influence we have to start looking a little more broadly. Years ago, I worked for a season on a Japanese fishing vessel buying herring at Togiak. Now, on Japanese boats, there's a captain and there's a fish master. And the fish master tells the captain where to go and where to fish. Well, through an interpreter, the fish master was asked me and my partner a lot of questions, mostly about Alaskan fish stocks. But after about 15 minutes, he kind of grumbled and gave up, so I asked the interpreter what he'd said. And his translation, somewhat diplomatically, I think, was, he said, "Thank you. and you guys really don't know very much about your fish. Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Fritz. Any questions? Appreciate your insights. Thank you for being here, and thank you for your service on this board as well.
You bet. Thank you as well.
Matthew Block. Welcome.
Thank you. I'd like to thank the chairwoman and board for this opportunity to speak today. My name is Matthew Block. I'm a lifelong Alaskan, fourth-generation Alaskan, and I've had the privilege to participate in the Bristol Bay fishery for the last 12 years on Supiaq lands and waters of Ugashik Bay set netting. I would like to voice my support for proposals 34 and 35 to increase distance between gear types. The current regulation has shown inadequate protections for set net families and crews. Personally, I have had drift nets damage our set net gear and threaten our safety every summer in the last 6 years since I bought into the fishery. This happens to us several times per season. Beyond the damaged gear and lost fishing time, it is more importantly a threat to our safety and lives. One morning, early 6 years ago, the first season as a set net owner, I was fishing all night with my younger brother in the skiff as we were 24 open hours as peak season. We had a drift boat wrap our gear while we were under the net picking the fish. They were under tow at high throttle trying to remove the gear from ours, which put extreme tension on our lines. Our skiff was heavily laden with salmon, and the tension from the towing drift boat on our net nearly swamped our skiff with us under the net. It took everything the two of us had to get quickly out from under the net as the lines broke under the great tension. Our set net swung to shore quickly from the strong tidal current, almost entangling our boat as we maneuvered out of the danger. We approached the boat that then caused the incident, and the captain simply threw up his hand and exclaimed the fishing was so good that he couldn't help but set so close to us. We were lucky to get out of the incident unharmed. Only traumatized, to this day was the most dangerous situation I've had in commercial fishing for 12 years. We reported the event to the troopers with the boat name and their number. The boat continued to fish that opener, now closer to shore since our net was out of their way. We lost our set that tide, our anchor and lines, plus precious peak fishing time. To my knowledge, no citation was issued to the boat, and they continued to fish without repercussions. Every other set netter I have spoken with in our association has had many stories like these. They are all too common, and these interactions, which are also exclusively at the fault of the drift nets, as set nets are anchored to shore and stationary. These interactions are almost always to the detriment of the set netter and rarely have any consequence to drift boats, if not benefiting them by dragging our nets closer to shore for them to have more room to set. If reporting these violations and enforcement was a good solution to the problem, you wouldn't be seeing all of us here at the meeting today testifying. The best solution we see is to increase the distance regulation through this board and the proposals set forth. Which will inherently keep drift nets at a safer distance and will be easier to document illegal events. I have heard no persuasive arguments against an increase in separating gear types, only that some drift fishermen don't support because they were worried about a small economic loss, which comes no surprise. I'd like to comment that economic loss should not be prioritized over the safety and lives of fellow fishermen. I'd also like to see a safer future for the set netters, making it better for future generations. That's all I have. Thank you.
Excellent timing. Very well done. Are there any questions for Matthew? Mr. Wood?
Yeah, I'm not sure you're the correct person to ask, but I'll do it regardless in the hope that someone in the audience might pick it on up. Has it ever been considered or tried to impose strict liability on the drift fleet should they tangle the gear and do damage there too, that they're just responsible because they have gone on and tangled your nets, et cetera? So it stops all argument whether you're 100 foot out or 200 foot or whatever it is. If indeed they do the damage, they pay the consequence.
Yeah, and I think you would hope that that would be true, but I don't think that's the case that's happened in reality. From my experience and the experiences of other fishermen that I've spoken with about this issue, that it doesn't really seem like the enforcement budget is going to increase. And I think the only thing that we feel empowered to do is to come here before you today and to let you know that the situation is happening, and hopefully that you can decide to do something
Yeah, what
about
I'm
it.
discussing with you right now, I'll pursue elsewhere. But a strict liability situation would need enforcement. You would be self-enforcing yourself, collecting the money, et cetera. And the only thing you'd have to demonstrate to a court was that you had your net properly set and they interfered with it. But I'll talk to someone about it.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Thank you for your testimony today. Appreciate you being here. Kavik Anderson? Hi, Kavik, welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Board of Fish. My name's Kavik Anderson. I'm a lifelong Bristol Bay fisherman. Started as a set netter, now I'm a drifter. Nushagak King Salmon Action Plan, the number 2 one with the Wood River going in there, I think that's a good tool. But if we're gonna make all these harsh judgments, we really need to do with our testing and get a more accurate read of what's actually going on before we do some really drastic things that need to be done, maybe, but we don't know yet because we don't know how many kings are actually going up the river, because through the studies that we've seen up there on the board, there's a wide variety of accuracy. Proposal 35, increasing the seaward distance from the set netters. That's a tough one. I mean, I don't think you're gonna be able to legislate smarter fishermen. No matter how far the set netters wanna push us out, they said thousands of feet or whatever, you're still gonna have the fishermen that are gonna mess up and end up on the set nets. No matter how far you regulate them out, they're still gonna be getting in there and there's still gonna be issues. And it's just, that's just a tough one. I mean, whatever you're gonna do, there's still gonna be the off fisherman that messes up and gets in there and makes some very bad choices. Let's see. I support 52, the late season general district. When you get toward the end of the season, most all of the high production fishing is done outside the districts. And that's just how it is. You'll sit there about July 17th or more and you look, and do you want to set a quarter mile over, or do you say, yep, I've had a good season, we're done, driving home? And that's what happens, because you can't go and deliver 1,000 pounds when the guy that's fishing over the lines is delivering 15,000 pounds. I mean, that's what happens over and over again, and we're training our deckhands to be illegal. And that's a pretty simple thing. The 100-foot tow line, what that's gonna do is it's gonna make it so you can't go into the store and buy a $500 tow line and then compete with a jet boat. You're gonna have to go buy $1 million jet boat to compete in the shallow waters, and I have a jet boat. So this would probably be to my benefit, but then it makes it so much more exclusive in the shallow water because only the jet boats are gonna be able to get in there. So everybody that's a starter boat, they're not gonna be able to get in there, and it's gonna totally squeeze them out. So instead of the $500 tow line, you have to buy the $1 million boat to compete, and that's not a realistic starting point. And I see people complaining about this or that, but the reality of the shallow water fishing is with the longer tow line, it's safer. You can keep your boat in deeper water. You can manipulate the net a little better, and it makes it easier. But the 100-foot tow line is just gonna make the flats a jet boat only. So anybody that's got a prop boat is not gonna be able to get in there and do anything. And it's just gonna become really exclusive. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Kavik. Any questions? Appreciate your testimony today. Thank you for being here. Next up is Joel Ludwig. Hi, Joel.
Greetings, Madam Chair and Board. I'm Joel Ludwig, longtime Bristol Bay fisherman. I serve on the Board of Directors of Silver Bay Seafoods Naknek, and I represent 300 fishermen/owners. Additionally, I'm a member of the Bristol Bay Reserve Insurance Pool since inception, and the pool has 350 members of Bristol Bay fishermen. I respectfully request that the board take action on the following proposals. Proposal 35, oppose. Proposals 42, 43, 44, oppose. Proposals 46, 47, approve. Proposals 49 through 54, approve. Proposal 55, approve. And Proposal 56, approve. I'm the author of Proposal 49, which gives ADF&G the authority to open a general district once escapement goals have been achieved. The positive effects of an approved general district are as follows. It eliminates illegal fishing, creates more opportunity for fleet, creates more opportunity for the local watershed fleet, provides more fish to large, medium, and small processors, improves quality of harvest, spreads out the fleet, which might help with the marine mammal problem that we deal with late, and it generates more state and local taxes. There's overwhelming support for proposals 49 through 54 by the Bristol Bay Fleet, and concerns by opposition can easily be remedied. In regards to proposals 46 and 47, the majority of the fleet I'm associated with wants your approval. The positive effect of the board's approval include it achieves CFEC's optimum number goal and recommendation of permits, reduces the amount of gear in the water, which Abe alluded to, can be as much as 50 miles worth of net, reduces fleet size. ADF&G potentially can provide more fishing opportunity due to less gear and fleet size. Permit stacking could help mitigate the issue of the Nushagak Chinook. It reduces the congested fishing, and it improves quality standards to compete in the world market, which can improve ex-vessel price. And it also improves the security of fishermen's capital investment. With financing available from processors, local, state, federal, and private lending institutions, combined with hard work, sacrifice, and discipline, anyone can achieve the goal of the Bristol Bay fishery. Thank you. And there's some supporting documents that I have in my presentation that's from the Department of ADF&G that can support and give you some information.
Thank you. Appreciate your testimony. Is there any questions for Joel? Thank you for being here today. Next up, Rob Nelson. First call, Rob Nelson. Okay. Maureen Marinkovich. Hi, Maureen.
Hello. Thank you, Madam Chair and esteemed board members. My name is Maureen Marinkovich. I came here to the Board of Fish with my husband, who is here to present 4 proposals he is putting before the Board of Fish. I am here to speak on behalf of Proposal 56, the Test Your Boat proposal. I am very much in favor of this proposal because it is an issue of safety. Allowing time to test gear without the added stress of dropping the card is a very good idea, because these are completely separate issues and fishermen are currently forced to deal with both at the same time unnecessarily. Allowing for a period of time to test new gear or equipment, or allowing new skippers to see if there are any issues to deal with, allows the skipper to address these issues while still in close proximity to parts and services. My husband has realized this for a long time. When he submitted this proposal this April, then unfortunately on June 18th, our daughter barely survived a boat fire in Igigik where she was fishing with a new skipper. 2 hours testing this vessel may have offered the time and opportunity needed to understand the severity of the problem. They were in a hurry to get to a scheduled opening in Igigik so they could test the boat and begin fishing in the river system in which they usually fish. So the boat was launched Wednesday, they fished Thursday, and by Friday, 2:00 a.m., the boat was burned and they had to abandon ship in the middle of the night and were extremely lucky to have been found. They were anchored in a secluded location at the time. If they had been allowed to test their boat, there would have been many other fishermen around. This was a scary and preventable situation. Not every skipper is as safety conscious as others, And many parents see their young adults go to Alaska in search of jobs on boats. Adding this extra layer of safety could save people from injury or death. I believe this proposal could evolve into an efficient system without much pain and suffering for the additional workload to troopers. I believe this proposal aligns with the mission of the Department of Public Safety, and this Safety First proposal could save lives. As for reporting compliance, technology exists that can allow a fisherman's self-sign up on the internet, so local ADF&G office time is not wasted on this task. Regarding public resources spent enforcing these test areas, this is scheduled and routine time spent in a specific location during a 2-hour window each day in the preseason, compared to the extreme expense and resources utilized in the search and rescue operations deployed in response to an emergency at sea, which this proposal seeks to prevent. So in a nutshell, basically, any action taken by the board to create a situation where fishermen are not pressured by the urgency to drop their card at the cost of beginning the season with a safe and sound vessel would be a huge contribution to ushering in a much safer fleet in Bristol Bay. Thank you.
Thank you, Maureen. Any questions? Appreciate your testimony today and glad your daughter is well and healthy.
Thank you.
Next up is Matthew Marinkovich. Hi, Matthew.
Thank you, Madam. Hold on. Nice to have it actually work when you want to use it. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks to the board for your time and concern. My name is Matt Marinkovich. I've just ended in Bristol Bay for 38 years. I'm representing myself. I submitted Proposal 55, which seeks to clarify the southern line of the Naknek and Naknek-Kvichak areas. I've come to realize this proposal, as written, utilizes an incorrect approach and that ADF&G absolutely needs a waypoint for a boundary definition. I'm proposing a new single waypoint which lies on the continuation of the existing Naknek section western boundary line and intersects the Naknek-Kvichak southern boundary line. I also propose the Naknek-Kvichak southern boundary line be defined to include this waypoint as part of the boundary line. The existing Naknek-Kvichak south line does not include any midline waypoint, which creates a confusing difference between the Naknek section south line and the Naknek-Kvichak south line. RC number 12 offers images of this new waypoint programmed into a plotter demonstrating the functionality of this new waypoint and how it works with existing waypoints and lines. Proposal 56, which I also submitted, involves a test your boat area in each fishing district. This proposal is 100% about safety and prevention. Currently, fishermen tend to hold their blue card, which delays the start of their fishing effort. Then they go fishing and discover difficult to anticipate maintenance issues, but it's too late to properly fix them. This leads to Band-Aids and shortcuts, which creates a recipe for disaster later in the season. The sensible thing is to have a preseason shakedown trip to shake out the bugs of the operation. Then issues can be properly resolved in a safe and sane manner with proper tools and parts and without shortcuts or Band-Aids. Deck modifications can be dangerous due to oversights like pinch points or insufficient or incomplete construction design, which could be addressed right away if discovered during an early season test set, but may very likely go unaddressed all season long if discovered right as fishing is getting rolling. For new skippers with new boats, like the situation with my daughter, or even experienced skippers with new boats, just getting to know their vessel is enough to prevent a life and death situation during the fishing season. And there's no better teacher than experience. This proposal offers firsthand real-time test your boat experience. Proposal 54, which I also submitted, does not call for opening the general district, but rather uses 2 new lines to increase the area at manager's discretion. And Proposal 58, my final proposal submitted, opens the Naknek River Special Harvest Area concurrently with the greater Naknek-Kvichak area. This proposal simply offers another management tool for the Naknek River manager.
Well, both you and what I assume is your wife have very good timing, so. Thank you for your comments. Are there any questions for Matthew? Mr. Carpenter?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Thank you, Matthew. Have you had a chance to look at RC 41 that I submitted?
Yes, I did see that, and that waypoint is very close to the one that I came up, and I noticed that RC 41 defines the Kvichak section, and it also defines the Naknek section, but it doesn't take consideration of the Naknek-Kvichak boundary line to have the midpoint included in that. And if, I heard that waypoint you came up with on the plotter is 6 feet within the existing Naknek-Kvichak line, and I just think it might be clearer to everyone involved to have it defined as one line. Like, for an example, I'm pretty sure that, I'm not exactly sure how it's defined in the Nushagak section, but you've got the Agushik line right in the middle there, and that's not confusing. So however that's defined, maybe they open the two sections simultaneously, or there's something different about that line, which looks exactly the same on a regulation chart as does the Naknek, Kvichak, and Naknek section only looks on a regulation chart. It shows one line with an intersecting waypoint, but the fact of the matter is, in Naknek, it's different just because it is, and you have to get into why. But so I guess in a nutshell, I think it might be beneficial to have that Naknek-Kvichak south line as a 3-waypoint defined line.
Okay, thank you. I'll speak to you a little bit more about it off the record. Thanks.
Okay.
Thank you for your testimony today.
Thank you.
Next up is Moses Toyukak Sr. Is Moses with us today? Hi. Welcome, Moses.
Good afternoon. My name is Moses Toyukak Sr. from Anchorage, and my Yupik name is Nabalaga. So I've got proposals that I support are 35, having a distance between setnet and drift. Need to increase minimum distance in setnet and drift. Boats are mobile, drifters are mobile, setnetters are stationary. And then I support 36 as well, to have a longer rope on a boat, which when the water's rough, it's better to have more longer rope than a shorter rope. I got a 50-foot on my boat, but some days it needs to be a little longer. And I also support 29. I support the amendment made by the Togayak AC. I started fishing for myself in Togayak River back in 1968. I live in Twin Hills next to Togayak in the 70s, late 70s. And kings over there were lots, but now they're really decreasing. I live in Manakodak now, and it's in the fishing district in Nushagak. The Igushik section is where my community go fishing, and a few years back we annexed that area. So, and the king salmon as well in our area is getting less and less and smaller. fish as well too are getting smaller. And last summer we had to use less than 5-inch gear in order to catch some fish. I also support 48. Towyak is small, as you know already. The fishery is balanced with all small fishing boats. It has taken a long time to balance to this way. It's not going to complete this big boat coming into the bay. I've been over there with my big boat, and be very careful, there's big rocks too over there.
Thank you. Any questions from the board? Can you tell me your Yupik name again, please?
I'm sorry?
What's your Yupik name again? You introduced yourself with your... Did you gave me your Yupik name, I think. I was just curious. No? Okay. All right.
Hard to hear.
Kuyana, thank you for being here today. Appreciate your...
Thank you.
Next up is Lauren Mickelson. Welcome, Lauren.
Hi. Thank you for having me. I'm going to pull up my notes here. All right, Board of Fisheries and other members here, thank you for what you are doing and your support of the fisheries. I am a 5th-generation Alaskan fisherman. My children are the 6th, and my grandchildren are the 7th. They are already spending their summers tendering and commercial fishing. Last year was my 30th year in Bristol Bay. I care greatly for the industry and the future of the great state of Alaska, from Southeast to Chignik to Bristol Bay. My concern for addressing you is the King Salmon Management Plan in the Nushagak District and how it relates to the commercial fleet and the sockeye run. While I do see the need to protect the king salmon, I do believe in protecting one species at the possible of the devastation of another is not okay, especially when the data is unreliable, as the biologist stated yesterday. I don't know of another system managed this way that the Nushagak is managed. Understanding that there are multiple species in this river, I know this is different and respect the efforts that are made. Yet there are no measures in place to protect and manage the sockeye in the Nushagak River itself. At this time, there are measures in place for the Wood River while protecting the kings in the Nushagak, with the trigger point being 100,000 sockeye. There are no measures in place like this for the sockeye in the Nushagak River. I heard rumor that there's an unofficial trigger point in the Nushagak for 800,000 sockeye. That is over the projected mid-range goal of 770,000 sockeye, which is in my Captain Jack's book, so I don't know what the official numbers are. In 2022, last season, on June 25th, from reading my logbooks, Nushagak had 896,000 sockeye escapement. There were 39,000 kings, and the Wood River had 611,000 escapement. This, in my opinion, is not acceptable on June 25th. We had a record season predicted, and on June 25th, we were past the escapement goal of the Nushagak River and 2 days away from reaching the escapement in the Wood River, which means the remaining 400,000 was already past the commercial fleet. This was predictable both by tide stages and visible fish. June 20th, there were highly visible jumpers for miles in the lower district. Many of us fishermen were reaching out and letting the biologists know of the massive volume. What measures are in place for the Nushagak sockeye run? What measures or oversight is in place that are for our management to ensure that we are not over-escaping the Nushagak sockeye spawning grounds? As a child and a young teen, I watched the Karluk River in Kodiak suffer the devastation of over-escapement. It took years to rebound. The Nushagak has recently been having escapement 4 times the projected run. I am concerned of the future of this run. Maybe the system can handle these numbers, but how do we know? Protecting one over the other creates imbalance. Let me suggest this. Other districts keep a consistent 60 to 100,000 passage through the towers to keep various genetic components throughout the whole season. In so overly protecting the king salmon run by not fishing the early pulses of the sockeye salmon, we now have affected the sockeye run timing. The genetic component for the early sockeye is strong. We are getting more and more salmon returning in this early pulse. To bring into balance, we need to have earlier openings on the initial pushes of sockeye, not big ones, 3 or 4 hours to clean up, and then reduce the volume of fish moving into the system. There's a lot more I could say.
Okay, thank you. Questions for Lauren? I'm sure we'll get into it more in Committee of the Whole. Thank you for your
Yep, thank you.
testimony today. Caleb Mickelson. Hi, Caleb.
Is it on? Hi, Board of Fish. I am Caleb Mickelson. I am a captain of a fishing boat, the Fortress, and I've been fishing my entire life in Bristol Bay. I am the 6th generation fisherman. That was my mom just previously. And I love Bristol Bay, and I'm super passionate about it. And I want to start by saying a lot of these proposals I've seen, adding more laws makes it more complex and more confusing for us to follow. And a lot of the ones I've seen are issues and solutions of people trying to fix lawless activities. So I guess a lot of them I don't approve of. But there's some, like the general season management plan addressed in proposals 49 through 51. I haven't specifically read through them, but after the 17th, when enforcement leaves, it does become a lawless fishery, and it conditions and incentivizes illegal activity for crew, other fishermen, and it's really disheartening, and it doesn't make me want to keep fishing after that, and I love fishing. So I don't think it's going to be an issue of genetics. If I catch fish near the Igigik district, I'm not going to travel to the Nushagak to deliver those fish. I'm going to travel to the nearest tenders. So I think that, might help itself. I think that we already have a general district after the 17th, and that's only for the people who do not obey the law. And I just request that us who do follow the law, that you open up the general district to us as well, because there are people who are fishing 2,000, a quarter mile, half mile over the district on a day-to-day basis. Proposal 55, it'd be cool to align the Naknek and Kwijak district line. I approve that. 35, I oppose. No boat wants to snag onto a set net. It's my worst nightmare. And 100 feet, that is super easy to judge. That's 3 boat lengths, and I can easily judge it. People who are willing to go closer, they're not going to respect a 300-foot or a 200-foot or anything longer. That's an issue of legality that I don't think a number is going to help out. And for tow lines, I run along tow line. It's a safety issue. It is strategic. There's a lot of reasons to have it. I think that limiting it is going to be hard for enforcement. I think it's really useful to have long lines on a boat, and I have pulled people out of breakers using my long tow line when my net's out of the water. I think more boats are going to get stuck if we're limited to the length of tow line, and that is dangerous. I have pulled a dead person out of the water because they got stuck on the shallows, and I don't want people to be getting stuck, and legality, I think it's going to make people get grounded by mistake.
Thank you, Caleb. Any questions from members of the board? Mr. Heimbach.
Thank you for your testimony. In regards to the long tow lines, right now we know that the very long tow lines are more or less the purview of the good jet boats. Go in there on step, get a net set out. But anecdotally, we're hearing about a lot of people who really cannot compete with that and are choosing to set and then tow out as the tide ebbs in waters that they cannot get close to their nets. And so we have this situation where they can't effectively retrieve a net unless they have a long line. There's cases that that's probably good. But what I want to know is, are you seeing people that for all practical purposes, their net is becoming like a set net? It's fixed, and the only way they're going to get it out to deeper water is with a very long line and tow it. And it strikes me that those gear groups are kind of acting almost in the same way. Do you have any perspective on that?
So I fish as a jet boat. I fish in the shallows a lot. This tow line issue, it is not a deep water issue. Like Johnstone Hill, you're not going to see people with 1,000-foot tow line out. That's ineffective. So the long tow lines, they get your net into shallow water, and we're talking shallow sandbar or the flats, like flounder flats, they're miles wide and they only drop 6 feet or so in those miles. So you have to move your net, which was perfectly legal. You could manage it. It was, in 3-4 feet of water, and now you're losing a foot every 15 minutes. And that foot is almost a net length. So you have to pull, if you have too many fish, you have to pull your net almost a whole net length every 20 minutes. That's not, I'm not trying to have it anchored. That's the way that a lot of us fish, and there are millions of fish that run up on these flats. So yeah, I don't think it's not an anchoring issue. It's technique, and it is huge insurance for when you're fishing on the shallows.
Follow up, if I may. Do you think an argument can be made that there is a reasonable limit that shouldn't be exceeded? I do know that the event of Amsteel it's allowing people to have a very, very long tow line that's less visible than an old tow line might have been. Is there a reasonable limit in your mind where it starts to get to be a safety issue?
I am in and out of all the jet boats who are setting on step. I am maneuvering between tow lines. I've done that for my whole life. I've been a part of long tow lines, and it has never been a safety issue. If the tow line is becoming a safety issue where it could be like swiping crew off the boat, you can cut the tow line. But I have never had to do that, never seen that happen. I think that is, again, you can do that with net. You can do that with a 100-foot tow line. That is up to the morals of the fishermen you're fishing around. But I don't know if I answered your question fully.
It sounds good. Thank you.
I guess your question was the length. I use a 1,200-foot tow line. I rarely ever am out 1,200 feet. I'm always, trying to keep my net as close as I can just to see it. But I have ran out to about 1,000 feet or so if I'm in an emergency or need to get my net into deeper water. But no, I'm not using it as a weapon. I'm not using it to get in other people's way or harm other people.
Seeing no other questions, thank you for your articulate testimony this afternoon.
Thank you.
Joe Kluch? Welcome, Joe.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's Joe Clutch.
I apologize, my mistake.
Okay. I'm here to comment in a short 3 minutes, begging questions on proposals 17, 18, 19, 21, 22, 24, 25, 26, and 30. These are the Naknek River specific sport fisheries proposals. These proposals, or the genesis of these, has been in the hopper, has been worked on for the last, actually, 3 cycles. The last cycle, the board rejected these proposals in their entirety. There was a subcommittee, however, it was less than effective, let's put it that way. I can go through this proposal by proposal, but you have it in my written comments. And I know the details of these proposals, and I'm open to answering any questions you may have, but just some overview comments. And I heard one comment by a couple board members about, is overcrowding and congestion on the Naknek River a factor? It is. It's a real factor. With the sockeyes, it's not necessarily a biological factor because they're reaching escapement. However, it is a congestion factor. With rainbows, it is a definite factor, and for the lack of evidence, the department hasn't felt that there was reason to put restrictions on the rainbow fishery, access and allocation, methods and means. That's what these proposals go to. And I would be delighted just to, if you're familiar with the proposals, respond accordingly and just answer questions, because the clock's going to run out on me. Oh, one other thing I want to say, I really appreciate you taking this job on. I've been through countless board meetings, Board of Game, Board of Fish, and there's a nice chemistry here. There's a good chemistry, and that makes me feel positive. Okay, fire away at me.
Well, are there questions for Mr. Clutch? Mr. Wood?
Thank you, Mr. Clutch. You made reference to the committee that was formed. Is that the same committee that's working on Proposal 11?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay. Then my question to you is, and it's something that's not just peculiar to this set of circumstances, but we've encountered elsewhere, is we'll have a proposal which has been tried 2, 3, or 4 cycles, each time been rejected. What changed between now and back when they were rejected at the last board meeting that would warrant a different result?
I think the evidence about the level of effort and quality of experience it's factual. It's there. These proposals are written with that in mind. What has changed is a new board and a new chemistry and hopefully cooperation with the department that did not exist in the last cycle. It was very controversial, and it was also a different kind of meeting. The subcommittee got pretty messy, and I'll accept responsibility for my passion for this issue. This is heartfelt for me. I've got 50 years on that river, and I think 40-some years on the AC, and I attend all the meetings. I follow this. It's part of my life. It's my passion. So sometimes you have to control that. I do my best, but it's in my heart and soul, and it's in my son's heart and soul, and the other makers of these proposals. They know what they're seeing. It doesn't take a weatherman to know which way the wind's blowing. We have problems, and they need to be addressed.
Thank you for your testimony today and appreciate your being here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
And I'm sure that more questions and things will be developed in committee, more discussion in committee. Thank you.
You can read my comments and know where we're coming from. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next up is Kelly Cass. Hi, Kelly. Welcome.
Madam Chair, Board, Committee members, my name is Kelly Cass. Been commercial fishing since I was 11. Grew up in Bethel, and my Yupik name is Munjwak. 3 of the proposals I'd like to support are permit stacking. Give you my experience in permit stacking. I bought multiple permits when I was a young crew member and had the opportunity, because I worked hard and had multiple jobs and fished multiple fisheries throughout the state. But my son was only 8 years old. He was unable to hold a permit in his name. So I always had to put a second permit into one of my crew members' name. And as you know, legally it's their permit. So I was never able to verify that I'd ever give it back at the end of the season, right? And so I put it in somebody's name that I trusted, whatever, and I've heard some horror stories, and thank God it worked out for me. That's one of the reasons that I support permit stacking. The D permit thing works. We're trying to eliminate the number of vessels per the optimum number. Also, it reduces the amount of nets in the in the bay, which gives opportunity to everybody. You know, people talk about the 4 shackle boats or corking the 3 shackle boats. Well, a 3 shackle boat can cork a 3 shackle boat just as fine. So, you know, it's just the nature of the risk for, you know, somebody that's putting out the money and potentially have to be put in a position that I had to be in for multiple years before my son turned 10, and now he's 20, and he has his own permit and fishes with me, and it's a great family business. Also support Proposal 49, General Fishing District. Like others, you know, this isn't something I want to do, you know, before all the escapement have been met, but it's a good opportunity to be able to fish where it's less congested, and, you know, maybe now that my kids are a little younger, or they're older, I can bring them out and not have to fish near lines and other boats, and like others had said, you know, I'm not gonna run to Naknek to deliver fish that I caught in Egegik, or vice versa. So that's why I would support the general district. Also, just, I am a jet boat as well, and the tow line issue, I think, you know, right now, I would leave it as it is. We don't need any more rules, and it's, you know, we're not using the tow lines to anchor our nets and whatever, and a lot of times it's, you know, I very, very rarely use a super long tow line, but when you do, it's to make sure that you know, you don't go dry and create other safety issues for other fishermen. So with that, I'd take any questions.
Any questions? Ms. Mitchell?
Yeah, I missed something here, and just for clarification, how would permit stacking help your kids? You to be able to help get your kids into the fishery?
So I bought 2 permits, and so they'd be in my name, and then in my instance, my son was only 8, and he wasn't allowed to have the permit until he was 10, so there was a couple years there where I had to put it in somebody else's name. So if I had the opportunity, I could buy a permit and then give it to my kids when they were old enough, and so that's how I did it. Does that make sense?
I think so, but this no longer applies to your kids. You're speaking for
I'm just speaking for other
folks?
people, yes, yes. My kids are old enough now, and I don't have any more permits.
You can buy them a boat now.
Yes, there you go. Absolutely. Well, he's buying his own, but thank you.
Any other questions? Kiana Panjuak for your testimony today. Next up is Kim Rice. Hi, Kim, welcome.
Madam Chairman, members of the board, my name's Kim Rice, and I'm a member of the Lower Bristol Bay AC. I'm not talking on those issues that our group put together, but my vote is in your file under the Lower Bristol Bay AC. And those are all my votes with the other participants. And I'm going to talk today about number 35. I've been a set net fisherman in Igigit for 35 years, and every year we have conflicts with boats. Last year we had 15 to 20. One of my experiences last year, my daughter won't let me on the boat because I'm anxious. So I sit in the truck on the beach watching this. Boat comes in, big jet boat, probably 1,200 horsepower, wraps on the net, and it's hanging off our buoy. Well, we can't adjust our net. We have a triangle. We can't adjust our net, so we have to go out and clear it. So I've got a really nice boat, wash decks and everything. They bow up to my buoy to try to clear this. The guy hammers it, pulls the boat net tight, and my kids are stern into the tide. And luckily, we had a neighbor that saw it all happening. He came over, spun their boat around into the tide, and had to cut that line that this monkey out there, pardon me, is pulling on me. It's emotional. I'm sitting there getting ready to see my kids drown out there, and this friend of ours cut it loose. They couldn't pull the net up with the outdrive. It was pulling down because the guy's pulling out with reckless abandon. I can do anything. I've got jets. And so this proposal came up, written by our AC. And this is happening in Igigik, it's happening in the Nushagak, it's happening everywhere. We have gear conflicts, and it's only gotten worse. I had 3 of those boats last year that were not D boats. The rest of them were D boats. Their depth perception on a surfy day, you can't see your red buoy, but you can see mine. I've got large buoys, like everybody down our beach has big buoys to keep our nets up. And big nets, big buoys, if you're in there, you're gonna get trapped. My buoy is here. I've got scope on that anchor going out 100 feet from that. So I've got about a 5-to-1 scope ratio. And that puts me out that 100 feet. I'm only out at 800 feet. I'm not causing any problem. The problems come to me. So that's why we need a bigger thing. My anchor's out 100 feet. This guy comes by and hooks up on me. Wham! Their first tendency is to run. I've got some of the guys that are decent. They come up and say, hey, how can I help you? I'm all about helping people, but when you go and you hot rod your boat and go, I can pull that out. Here's another situation. One of our AC members, Eddie Clark, he's fishing, and this boat comes in and wraps him. He gets a hold of the trooper. The trooper goes down to the beach as this guy is firewalling in his big boat and dragged a 6,000-pound anchor downriver. The trooper's watching him, and the trooper goes, I can't tell that his net was 100 feet from yours. But yet Eddie couldn't fish for 2 weeks because you put out a Bruce anchor, it drags in the wind. We've got probably a 6-knot current coming around Coffee Point into the river, and there's nothing going to stop the tide, even the horsepower. Am I up?
You are up.
That's good timing.
It is, well done.
I could tell a story all night long
I
about
believe
the
you.
same situation. And it's scary to us. As our proposal is written, is what we're feeling out there. The troopers' hands are tied. We've got 2 troopers for our whole beach. And to get them at a point where they can visually see what's going on so they can write a ticket is just pure luck.
Thanks, Kim. Are there any board questions? Appreciate your testimony today, and thank you for being here.
Thanks for your service, guys.
Okay, it's 3:02. Let's take about a 20-minute break, come back on the record at, let's say, 3:25. All right, welcome back. We are back on the record. The time is 3:35. And we're going to go ahead and pick back up with public testimony. Next up is Mr. Willie Larson. Is Willie with us today? Hi, Willie, welcome.
Hello, board members. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak to you guys today. My name is Willie Larson. I live in Dillingham. I became a commercial fisherman as a kid, and as I got older, I became a permit holder when I got old enough and more responsible. I fished with various captains, ones that were not permit holders and ones that had the capacity to stack permits. If Proposal 46 were in effect when I started commercial fishing as a permit holder, I may not have had the opportunity to earn seasonal income and learn to be a drift commercial fisherman. This proposal would reduce the seasonal employment opportunities for rural permit holders for some families. This is their only annual income because jobs are scarce in the village. This proposal also increases the possibility to take food off rural permit holders' tables along with their extended families that live in their villages. I do own my own vessel now, along with my own drift permit. And that's all thanks to the captains that hired me as a young man. And I'm glad to fish my permit. And I fished on 7 different vessels. And I learned how to be the best crew member that I could ever be. Then owning a permit, you had more responsibilities to be the deckhand and be the deck boss. And like I said, I learned from different captains, and I don't think I would have been the fisherman that I am today. And I am a pretty young fisherman, and there's younger captains than I am, but it's just, I oppose Proposal 46. So that's what I have to say.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the board? Willie, thank you for being here, and thank you for your testimony today.
Thank you guys very much.
Next up, Kenneth Nukwak Sr. Is Kenneth here? Hi, Kenneth.
Hi, good afternoon. Thanks for giving me an opportunity to testify. My name is Kenneth Nukwak. I live in Manacor, and I've been a set netter in the Igusic section at least most of my life from childhood. 60 to 70% of my income comes from commercial fishing. I have fished at many setnet locations on the Igusic side of the bay. Proposal 36 is trying to keep a bad fishery from happening. The shallow draft boats are using longer tow lines to pull fish out of the shallow waters before their nets go totally dry. And this is out of experience because I fished the mud flats. EU-Simi, Irvik-Jimi. That's the Yupik word for it. The long tow line is allowing this to happen. These boats are also setting their drift net in between the set net sites when the set net fishermen and women are taking a break. There's been times they've caught drift fishermen, shallow draft, set out right up on the beach, their buoys right up on the beach in between the two set nets, which is not right. This is happening with both single permit boats and D permit drift boats. If you amend this proposal, I recommend shortening the length of tow lines to 75 feet, because I already know how long 100 feet is. Everybody knows how long 100 feet is. Within the Igusic section, the Nusiak section may need up to 100 feet to operate on the east side of the Nusiak Bay. That's their section, Nusiak section, within the Nusiak district. I'm also in support of proposal 35, increasing the distance between set and drift gill nets will help settle an issue that set netters have had for a long time. The current is what pushes fish into set nets. The current and the wind is what pushes drift boats into set nets also. So the wind and the current also dictate which way everything drifts. Also on the mudflats, when we fish on the mudflats, we follow the incoming current. We set out at 6 inches, half a foot, if we could, and then wait for the net to get wet. Once it gets to about 3.5, 4 feet, we pull up again, clean the net, and move up again. Start all over, all the way up to the shoreline, which takes about 2.5 to 3 miles following the current on the Igusic mudflats. We've seen this a lot. What happens on the Igusic side, we see it a lot. I'm also assuming that it happens at the Coffee Point location on the Nusiak section. I'm just speaking out of heart what I experience, which gets frustrating, especially the laws that are in place that are not enforced. And we are told to take pictures, moving pictures, anything, but the word "but" is in there.
Ken, your time's expired.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. I have a question for you, though. So I'm just trying to picture in, my mind's eye, because I'm not super familiar with the Bristol Bay fishery. Much more familiar on the other side of the peninsula. But, so when these drift boats are setting nets, and it sounds like very shallow water, I mean, how are their nets floating? Is it being quantified just as corks floating to be considered a legal set? I don't know, maybe this is an enforcement question, but.
I thought the word drift means for a drift boat and the net to be drifting, not fixed.
Yeah.
They are using, the D boats are using 4 nets. We all know that. The 4th net is dry. The other 3 nets are in the water. And they are using this as an opportunity to drag the other 3 nets back into the water every time it goes dry.
Okay.
This is also happening with 3 net boats.
Okay. That's helpful. I'm just trying to figure out physically how that works.
Only way to figure it out is to come over, fish with me, experience it, and know what it feels like.
That's a date. All right, thank you.
I'll pay you 10%.
Hey, a date and a deal. Thank you, Kenneth. Are there any other questions for him today? Appreciate your testimony. Thank you so much for being here today.
Thank you.
Nancy Morris-Lyon. Hi, Nancy. Welcome to the board.
Madam Chair, honorable board members, thank you for your time and for your service to the fisheries of Alaska. I am Nancy Morris-Lyon, owner and operator of Bear Trail Lodge. I'm a 39-year representative of the Commercial Sport Fishing User Group in Bristol Bay and a full-time resident. My lodge is a fly-out lodge that is located on the Naknek River. I have been an active member of the Nushagak King Salmon Committee for the past 4 years, and today I'm here to speak on my own behalf. First, I would like to address the Nushagak-Mulchatna King Salmon Management Plan. I would urge you to consider allowing everyone a bit more time to develop meaningful and perhaps more beneficial changes. Though I'm not in favor of a long-term delay, because of all the nuances involved in the structuring of this plan, I see delaying action until March as a favorable decision. I am certain if allowed this reasonable amount of time, we as a committee could come together and offer the board some very reasonable changes that have been vetted across all user groups and make sense for the Nushagak Kings. I am in favor of Proposal 13 to allow time-certain passage for the Kings. Proposal 17 intrigues me, but I am not fully supporting the idea due to the proposal being in place throughout the entire season and lack of consideration of weather issues that are beyond a lodge's control and could force an operator to use the river for all guests. I do not support Proposals 18 or 19. I would consider supporting Proposal 22, but I believe this is more of a social issue than a biologically driven one. Proposals 24 and 25 are a great idea, but I do not believe we could expect all anglers to be able to differentiate between male and female salmon 100% of the time. I would support Proposal 27, but think it should be considered area-wide, not just on the Naknek River. I am the author of Proposal 28. However, I was misinformed on the current usage in that area, and this proposal would displace users. My intent was to further protect the king spawning on the Nushagak and realize this proposal may need some additional work. I do not support Proposal 30. While the idea is an admirable one, there are a number of considerations that are not addressed. It does not consider the large number of youth anglers in the area who do not have access to boats, to gear, or to anglers who do not have parents available to take them fishing. Being a longtime resident in the area, I know there are a lot of families that still would not be able to participate if this were put in place. I think this opportunity would find success for all the area youth if the author put together a Kids Go Fishing Day and organized the lodges and operators in the area to donate a boat or two along with gear and guides to get the kids out on the water. And I would love to be the first to offer up a boat 4 times a year to make this happen. Thank you again for your time. I'm available for questions and committee work, and we'll be here for the duration of the meeting. This concludes my testimony.
Thank you, Nancy. Quick question for you. So with respect to Proposal 28, do you intend to offer some substitute language or work on substitute language, or is your intent to sort of withdraw your support for the proposal?
I would like to work on some substitute language. I do not have that prepared at this time.
Okay, thank you. Questions? Seeing none, thank you for being here. Appreciate your testimony.
Thank you.
Frank Woods. Good afternoon, Frank. Welcome.
Am I on? There you go. Madam Chair, for the record, members of the Board of Fish, my name is Frank Woods. I'm 57 years old, reside in Dillingham, commercial fish my whole life. I'm testifying on my behalf, specifically to 12 as a co-author and supporting 11 and 13. Request the board that we table this, that we gather more information between now and the Finfish meeting in March to make clear, pertinent ideas on what we're faced with. Reason I'm asking that is because if all these restrictions and all the safety measures they put in place don't work, Nushagak is the last gem of the Alaska king salmon stocks. I'll say that and move on to my next is proposal number 44. I'm the author and I support my own proposal. Permit stacking allows me to double my income and only increase my operating costs by 20% or less. However, we need to stop out-migration of permits and sunsetting the D in 2 years. That's the gist of my proposal. Is that since the optimum study was taken and this D permit system is in place, we have no longer at the 50 cents to 40 cent pound price per pound for sockeye, nor do we have 25 to 30 million return with less than 15 million caught and processed. The D permit system has decreased the quality of fish that are being delivered. I am a beneficiary of that. I've inflated the price of Bristol Bay permits, which strips the local young fishermen the opportunity to get started on its own operation. I have family and friends that are career D permit holders. What do we do before this? What do we do before the D permit system? It worked fine. We found a boat, we found a family or friend, or we sat out. Right now, the D permit system is obsolete. The optimum study that generated that permit system is not working. The solution is to sunset the date before 2025 fishing season, repeal 5 AAC 0633 at your discretion, Madam Chair and Board of Fish. With that, I'm open to any questions or any other issues on the table. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Frank. Any questions? Seeing none, appreciate your testimony today. Thank you for being here. Kayla Hoseth? Hi, Gayla, welcome.
Hi, thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Gayla Hossett, and I'm a resident of Dillingham, Alaska. I also serve as an at-large member for the Nishigack AC. For proposals 11 through 13, I would recommend that we move any king salmon actions to the March 2023 meeting so that we can decide on that. Due to the fact of that king salmon action plan that came out on Wednesday, we haven't had a chance to review that. And to be quite honest, I think I've only had a chance to read a page and a half of it. And also that the ACs that haven't had a chance to weigh in on that. That's going to affect us pretty bad on the Nishigack River and being able to decide which options are going to be best for reductions or opening up different areas is important for us to be able to comment on that. I looked up all the RCs online, and there have been multiple requests to move this meeting to March 23. And I think that would give us time to have those meetings that we do need to have to actually come up with a good plan. For staff comments, for ADF&G staff comments, I just wanted to say it's really important for us to have those staff comments at the time of the AC meetings, because we can then see what position the staff is going to have to help us on the AC meetings to figure out what the game plan is going to be when we come here, instead of staff comments coming out the day after public comment closes. My final thing that I was looking up online is that subsistence is no longer a division under ADF&G, and that it's a section. And with the subsistence priority in the state of Alaska, I really would recommend that we work to getting the subsistence back to a division. That's important to us as subsistence users. And with our priority, I think it's really important that that be a division and that we have a division director that we can go to make decisions for subsistence issues. So that's all I have.
Thank you, Gail. Questions? Appreciate your testimony today.
Thank you.
Gusty Wasley Jr.? Is Gusty here? First call. Tom O'Connor? Oh, wait. Hold on a second. Is this Gusty? Are you Gusty? Right here, sorry. Oh, you're, okay, thank you, sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair and the board members. My name is Gusty Wasley Jr. I'm from Clarks Point. I think the Nishigack River Plan salmon, or the action plan, needs to be moved to another time. It was just released to the public, and I feel that it's rushed. I think we need a little bit more time to look over this plan, revise a little bit. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Gusty, appreciate it. All right, Tom, thank you. Welcome.
Hello, board members. My name is Tom O'Connor. I'm
in the third generation of five generations of my family fishing on Ecook Beach. I've sat on the Nushagak AC for a good while now and was one of the individuals selected by the previous board to sit on the committee to review and make recommendations to amend the Nushagak-Mulchatna River King Salmon Management Plan. I'd like to start by saying please defer action on the Nushagak, anything to do with Nushagak Kings to the March meeting to allow more time to collect information and reflect on possible solutions. I hope we can collectively do something to preserve the Nushagak King salmon run while still allowing for a productive commercial sockeye fishery. I've been listening to the discussion and would like to talk about something I haven't heard too much about. When it comes to spawning potential, science says size really does matter. Big kings are way better at making babies than little kings. So in the commercial fleet, the nets are sized so that they'll efficiently catch 4 to 5 pound fish. Because of this, the kings harvested in the commercial harvest are small, though the numbers are large. Their overall reproductive strength is much smaller than it might appear. On the other hand, users in both subsistence and sport fishing strive to target the very large and productive fish. I like the idea of Proposal 28. It'd be a good idea to protect those kings once they've used up much of their energy reserves to reach these spawning locations way upriver. Since I've got a little bit of time left, I'd like to say, for some reason, the west side commercial ADF&G management doesn't seem to get very much funding. And I've sat in multiple AC meetings where the manager has said, and these are spring meetings, that he didn't have enough funding to run the Togiak and Aigusha counting towers the next summer, and he has to go. At the time of the meeting, he's not sure if he's even going to be able to run the tower, and then eventually works out he finds some funding somewhere from somebody. But it would be nice if our management there could get funded properly.
Thank you, Tom. Questions from the board? Not seeing any. Thank you for your testimony today. Thank you for being here. Gary Klein. Hi, Gary. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair and board members. My name is Gary Klein. I'm the Regional Fisheries Director for BBEDC. I was raised in Dillingham and live in Dillingham. I'm a drift fisherman and a subsistence user. I want to say that BBDC submitted RC 16 that shows BBDC's positions on various proposals. It's actually in the form of a spreadsheet that shows the local AC's positions on the same proposals as well. That being said, given the time constraints, I'd like to focus on a few issues. The first one being, I really hope the Board of Fisheries push back taking action on the king salmon proposals, or specifically that action plan. As you heard from many, a lot of us haven't had time to read it or digest it as it just came out right before Thanksgiving, including our local ACs. I was at that AC meeting, and the moment we heard that this might be coming down the pike, it delayed them for even taking action on all three of those proposals. I for one took a look at it, and I'm opposed to certain sections, but I could spend 1 to 2 minutes on one section of the commercial section on it. But we're here with 3 minutes to provide testimony, and BBDC hasn't taken a formal stance on, I would say, all the specific sections. So I would please request moving it back to that statewide March meeting, give us more time to analyze the potential impacts. That being said, I would like to point out that we oppose proposals to repeal the D permit regulations. Although it may have not been the original intent at the time, we believe it has created a platform for new entrants to enter the fishery. I, for one, have utilized it when I first purchased my permit in 2018. And then after the first year, I was able to buy some gear and I found a boat to lease. And then after that, I bought a vessel in 2020. And I know several other folks that are currently using that as a stepping stone to learn from an experienced captain until they feel comfortable to, or find a vessel that's within their price range that's suitable for their fishing style. Also, we're opposed to the proposals that want to allow permit stacking to allow one individual to own and operate 2 permits. We believe that would increase the barrier of entry for folks to enter the fishery. As many of you are aware that Bristol Bay, the watershed, has lost a lot of permits since limited entry was created. When I hear comments of the optimal permit study, I believe, yeah, as somebody else alluded to, that was based on 40 to 50 cents per pound when our salmon runs were really doing poorly. Right now, we've been blessed with at least the sockeye run having record-breaking years and very large runs since 2017, and with pretty good prices. That being said, I could be here during the committee to add more info on other stuff.
Thank you very much, Gary. I know it goes fast, doesn't it? Questions, Mr. Wood?
Just want to clarify something. The testimony you just gave on the dual issue and the permit stacking, was that on behalf of the Bristol Bay Economic Corporation or your own personal?
I would say both. So we support, so we support the dual permit regulation as is, and we oppose permit stacking that would allow one individual to own 2 permits and operate gear.
But we being the Bristol Bay Economic Development.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
See any other questions? Thank you for your testimony today. I'm glad you'll be sticking around for committee. Jesse Rogers? Good afternoon, Jesse. Welcome.
Hello, thank you, Madam Chair and the board. I'm Jesse Rogers from Dena'ina. I'm representing myself as a commercial fisherman. I'm a first-generation commercial fisherman. I've been fishing as a deckhand since 2019, with 2 years as a drift permit holder through BBDC's permit loan program and CFAB. I would like to see no changes to dual permits and permit stacking under current regulations and oppose proposals 42 through 47 for the following reasons. Less gear in the water would mean less congestion for line fisheries like Igigik, Naknek, and the South Line and the Nushagak. Every dual permit takes out 100 fathoms of gear in the water. Less gear in the water is also good for set netters and their set net drift allocation, as drifters are set netters' biggest competition. Dual permits also provide a great market for permit holders when they have to medical lease and transfer their permit, especially to boats with only one permit holder looking to add a second permit holder to their boat, especially last minute before the season starts. The dual arrangement is also great for a skipper with an in-season drivetrain failure on their boat, like a blown engine. They could use a dual permit the way it is to stack on another boat and save and salvage some sort of fishing season. And I think dual permits are a great way for the average Joe to get their foot in the door of this fishery. Working as a dual permit holder as a overglorified deckhand can apprentice and learn from an experienced skipper, especially with the high increase in capitalized costs of this fishery. I have seen dual permits work out great for guys with fishing permits acquired by gift through a family member, sold at a discount by a family member, and guys starting from scratch. 2 drift permits under 2 permit holders is better for the average Joe seeking entry into this fishery as a permit holder and skipper. 2 permits under 1 permit holder would only drive up the entry costs to this fishery and overcapitalize it. And one last thing I'd like to say is please support Proposal 48 and move the transfer date for boats and permits that don't start in the Togak district. It's a small run to begin with, and as a small local drift fleet, the 27th transfer date only hurts the local fleet when the actual run is lower than forecasted or late. And thank you guys for your time.
Thank you, Jesse. Any questions from the board? Appreciate your testimony today. Thank you for being here.
Yeah, thanks.
Tom Rollman. Hi, Tom.
Hello. Thank you, Madam Chair and board members. My name's Tom Rollman. I'm a lifetime set netter. Started in Cook Inlet as a young kid and came to the Bay in 1984 with my dad, deckhand, as a 16-year-old until my wife and I bought our own business in 93. I'm representing myself and my family. My kids are permit holders now, as well as my dad and my brother have a separate operation. I'd like to speak to Proposals 11, 12, and 13 to start with. I'm going to reiterate what many people have said today about the need to give us some more time to digest this. I think it's too big of an issue. In fact, it just pales in comparison, I think, to everything else that's going on with the effect that it could have on the Nushagak. I do fish in the Nushagak. And so I just think it's super important, again, that we have some more time to work on that. And it doesn't look like there's any clear solutions, and hopefully we can put our heads together and be able to figure some way to save those beautiful kings. I want to add also, as a fisherman in Nushagak last year, that myself, my crew, and everybody else that I knew, we let any live king that we had go last year to try to, because we know, I mean, I've seen what's happening in Kenai, and it's really concerning to see those set netters, not being able to fish, bearing the brunt of that conservation effort in my mind. So I think that writing is kind of on the wall, and it definitely concerns me. I also want to speak to Proposal 35. I feel it's important that we maintain some more separation between set and gear types. I've personally experienced conflicts being wrapped, having to cut, and there was a couple set netters today that provided some very graphic instances of safety issues. I think the excuse that I've heard is that, well, there's bad guys out there going to do it anyway, but I do think that some cushion there, some more space, might give some people second thought before they come in so close. And I know it's a competitive fishery. I don't think you've heard any set netter say today they want that because they want to catch more fish. It really is a safety and an economic issue, and loss of gear and loss of fishing time when we do get tangled up. So I really encourage you to look at that, and I hope to participate in committee work on that one. The other one, 36 through 38, the tow line. I know this one's been talked a lot about too, but the gentleman from Manicodic there that fishes a Gushik talked about it, and he asked about Coffee Point there in Nushagak, and I do fish Coffee Point. I have seen people go in the shallows. There are YouTube videos of guys setting at 30 knots and 6 inches of water in there and in flounder, and that fishery's evolved, and I think it needs to be addressed. 1,200 feet is too much. It's allowing those drifters to basically be set netters, and I think shortening the lines would help with that. The deeper boats, they may not be able to get in there, but it might also keep them from getting in so close. There is some question of the legality, I believe, of that, and it is concerning. So I hope that I'm hoping to participate in committee work on that one as well. So thank you very much for your time. And real quick, I just wanted to give kudos to Tim Sands and the managers of our district. We believe they just do an amazing job of managing that fishery. And it's been so productive, and we really do appreciate the hard work and all hard work that all of you do as well. So thank you.
Thanks, Tom. Questions? Appreciate your testimony today. Courtney Carty. Hi, Courtney.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to be able to testify today. For the record, my name is Courtney Carty. I'm the tribal administrator for the Chukuyung tribe in Dillingham. Originally, our council was not prepared to go on record for this meeting, as reviewing the proposals, we did not take action on any proposals. However, after the Wednesday announcement of the Nishigat King Salmon Management Plan, it was necessary to get on the record today and ask for more time. Our tribe has not had the opportunity to review the changes to the plan other than what we've seen in the boardroom this week. And we would really request that that action gets moved to March, and the ACs, the tribes, the people of Bristol Bay have time to weigh in on this. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Courtney. Questions? Appreciate that. Thank you. Cole Schlegel. Hi, Cole.
Hello, Madam Chair and board members. My name is Cole Schlegel. I am a Dillingham watershed resident, and I'm here with the Bristol Bay Economic Development Corporation, but I'm speaking for myself. I currently participate in the BBDC permit and vessel acquisition programs, which have helped me obtain a drift permit and boat. I currently have 8 years of drift experience, 3 as crew and 5 as captain. I also have 6 years of set net experience at Graveyard Point on the Queejack. I would recommend proposals 11, 12, and 13 covering the Nishigack River King Management Plan be moved to the March meeting, where we can explore further funding opportunities to attain more accurate king counts. I do not support proposal 36, 37, 38, which would limit the length of tow lines. I believe this proposal would impact prop boats far more than jet boats. I disagree with proposal 42 and 47, which would either eliminate D permits or allow permit stacking. I am in favor of the current system. I support proposal 49, 50, and 51, allowing a general district after the upper end of the escapement goals have been met. With the lack of law enforcement later in the season, I think this will level the playing field and incentivize smaller boats to fish later in the season. Thank you.
Thank you, Cole. Any questions? Thank you for your testimony today. Dennis Nelson. Is Dennis here this afternoon? First call. Heath Lyon. Hi, Heath.
Madam Chair and honorable board members, I would like to thank you for your time. I am Heath Lyon, a full-time Bristol Bay resident since '97. I have been guiding the Naknek River since '91. I am also owner of Bear Trail Lodge, located in King Salmon on the Naknek River. I am here to speak on my own behalf. I like Proposal 13 with giving the Nishigat Kings a window on the tide. I oppose 17, weather days where we can't fly out, we might have to put the whole lodge on the Naknek. I oppose 18. I oppose 19, sounds like the bead thing all over again, less mortality with beads and flies and hardware. I oppose 21, not enough retention to make a difference. Our seals make a bigger difference. I oppose 22, Big Creek is one place you can fly fish on a big Naknek River tide. I oppose 23, keep Big Creek catch and release for kings. I oppose 24 and 25. ADF and G can use emergency orders to change bag limits if needed. I oppose 26, even though we already practice this at our lodge. I oppose 27. I would like to see a 15 fish limit for all of Bristol Bay, resident and non-resident. Residents can always put in a subsistence net if they need more fish. I oppose 30. I like the idea, definitely about kids fishing. Just think there's a better way than displacing multiple lodges full of anglers and angling public. Also, an idea for 30 was throwing it out there, looking at it, was like June 7th, the day before the opener, to give them that whole day to themselves, where they affect nobody. They have it a day before. And again, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Heath. Any questions? Appreciate your testimony today. Matt Hakala? Hi, Matt. Welcome.
Well, I spent a lot of time preparing a big speech, but I pretty much threw it out, so I'm just going to say thank you, Madam Chair, for the opportunity to speak. I come here representing Bristol Bay Fishermen's Association, and I'm also on the Homer AC from Homer, Alaska, and but would like to speak on my own behalf. We did not bring up any proposals in the Homer AC meeting. Mostly my fault. I did not attend the meeting in October, so we did not get to visit any of the proposals for that. But basically, I look forward to being able to participate in the committee process.
Thank you. Short and sweet. Any questions for Matt? Appreciate you being here. Justin Crump? Hi, Justin.
Okay, thanks, Madam Chair and Board. My name is Justin Crump, and my wife and I own a fishing lodge on the Naknek River. And we also have a small tent camp on the Nishigack where we fish for king salmon. And I was just wanted to comment on my support for Proposal 13, really in regards to an additional thing to consider in the new management plan. I think one of the concerns that I have with the Wood River trigger is that it really selects for early run timing of king salmon. And then once the nets go in, it's more or less, I mean, it's not stopping everything, but at times it's really stopping a lot. And there was a comment yesterday asking about sport caught fish and them being released in their success on the spawning grounds. And one of the questions that I have that we see a lot is once the nets go in, and this is where sockeye, king, and occasionally silvers late in the season, is when there's a heavy net fishery, the mark rate on these fish, especially the king salmon, is incredibly high. Oftentimes 80–90% on the Naknek and the Nishigack when the full force of the fleet on these big sockeye runs is going through. And we see a lot of fish that have extreme net damage. And so I think that's something that we really need to be considering when it comes to these low escapements. We're counting these fish as going past a sonar or in our numbers, but are they really adding to the run because of their damage that they're experiencing? So by allowing there to be gaps in the fishing openers, we can at least give these fish a chance to go unimpeded, and also allow for there to be a more diverse run timing. So instead of selecting for early fish that are possibly go into one area, by allowing there to be small amounts of openings throughout the season, we can hopefully have a better chance, especially as king salmon runs are not doing very, very, very good. We really need to try to offer them the most diverse chance for their survival. So thanks. That's what I had to say about that.
Thanks. So quick question for you. On this idea of, windows or fish pulses, do you observe or do you have concerns around sort of the competition, with all the sockeye going up on, and the kings on the spawning beds? If there are large amounts of sockeye that are pulsing with the king salmon Just kind of curious what your thoughts on that are.
Well, I think it probably is system by system, right? So typically where sockeye salmon spawn, it's a different place than where king salmon spawn. They also tend to spawn at slightly different times of year. So I don't see the actual spawning bed competition, at least in the places where I fish. One thing I will say that I forgot is where we fish on the Naknek River, the Naknek's clear river coming out of Naknek Lake. And we actually get to physically watch the king salmon spawn sometime towards the end of August or into early September. And what we do not see on the spawning beds are net marked fish. So the fish that came in, they were beat up. We're not seeing those on the spawning beds. And the same thing with sockeye salmon. We're rarely seeing those net marked fish later in the season actually on the beds.
Thank you. Any other questions? Appreciate your testimony today. Maurice Enright. Maurice, you need to press the button on the mic, please. Thank you.
Is it on now? Okay, good afternoon, Madam Chair and board members. I'm representing my name is Maurice Enright. I'm a resident of Ugashik, and I'm representing Lower Bristol Bay Advisory Committee, and it's my first time at this, so. Okay, and we support 15. Discussions include the fact that you could select the fish and you can keep kept for subsistence with a live box, where a gill net is harder to be selective, might be hard to do fish wheel on the mud flats. And 16, we support that. It can be hard to get permits in person. Offices seem to be short-handed. And 17, we support looking out for the longevity of the rainbows and getting too much pressure on the river. We support 18, and it's, don't want the fish to swallow the egg sac and get the hook down deep in the fish, and it's hard to get out, to get the hook out. And 21, we supported. It would be nice to keep the rainbows in good shape on the Naknek. 22, a lot of boats are up in the creek and it has been taking a hit. 23, you oppose. If there is an allowance to keep small kings, people will be catching the larger kings too. 24, we support. We need to do as much as we can to stay ahead of the game to try to keep our kings. And also 25, we need to do as much to stay ahead of the game to try to save the kings. And also on 26, we support that one, and again, to stay ahead of the game to help save the kings. 27, we support. The bag limits don't need to be so large. 30, we support, and it gives the kids an opportunity to go sport fishing. And then 31, we oppose. Commercial fishermen already are assigned to report king salmon on their fish tickets. 32, we oppose. Commercial fishermen already are assigned to report king salmon on their fish tickets. 33, could be a navigational hazard with nets going farther across the river channel. Many sites around the bay go dry on low tides, and it's hard to keep moving distances as sand and mud bars change locations from season to season. 34, we support. We feel this could be amended to be two separate proposals, one dealing with the 1,000-foot distance and one dealing with the navigational waters. Then 35, we support. that it's a danger to the set netters. 36, we support, and I don't have a comment on that one. Oh, gosh, I don't have a couple of these, but anyways, 36, 37, 38, and 39, we support. Thirty-nine, we oppose. When set net sites are close together, it is not unheard of for anchoring devices to be used on neighboring shore fishery lease plates. Every district is different, and we understand this proposal is coming from Igigik. We found that this proposal was not clear on exactly what could or could not cross into a neighboring plate. 42, we support. There's no need to have, excuse me, no need to have deep permits if we are not in an economic hard times. We also hope that this will help the drain of permits out of state and local area. 43, we support. It says C comments on 42, I don't have that one. 45, we support. 46, we oppose, or 45, we oppose. 46, we oppose. 47, we oppose. 49, we oppose. 50, we oppose. 51, we oppose. 52, oppose. 53, oppose. 54, oppose. And 59, oppose. And 60, we support. Schedule will be aligned with other districts, more fishing time if markets and opportunity align. And 61 was a brief discussion with no action. And then the table, the Nushagak River King Salmon stock status and action plan until the March meeting. So we have because there's inadequate time to review, and none of the AC had time to review or comment on. And that's all I have on that one.
Thank you, Maurice. Any questions from the board on his AC report? If you'd like to move into your personal testimony
Sure.
right now, please do so.
Okay, like I was saying, my name's Maurice Enright. I'm a resident of Ugashik, and this proposal was developed, and you guys, I think, have the map that's on there. This proposal was developed to increase the distance from shore, and it only basic benefits 3 set net sites. Originally, the sites were allowed out 600. Our village had a guy start up a small custom processor and wanted to move the line out 1,000 feet, basically to fish the other side of the river. He passed away a while back, and the village realized that this was too far out, and we asked to be moved back to the original 600 feet. The Board of Fisheries granted us that, and this has worked for a long time. Moving it back out will be a navigational hazard in weather conditions and at nighttime, and where it's shallow stretch of river, right on the beyond it, the current really moves fast on the incoming high tides. This proposal suggests that there are 11 set net sites that are being fished, when there's only 8 permits being fished now in the last 4 years. This proposal won't bring permits back, and it just keeps moving the line around to 600 feet and has always been at the right distance. And that's about all I have. Thank you.
Thanks, Maurice, and I may have missed it, but which proposal were you just speaking to?
33. excuse
33,
me.
thank you.
Opposed, 33.
Got it. Appreciate that. Any other questions? All right, thank you very much for your service on the AC, and thank you for being here to provide your
thank you.
testimony on the report.
Thank you for hearing me. Thank you.
Okay, that is the end of my list for public testifiers. I've got two people that I've given a first call to. I will give them an opportunity first thing in the morning, since that's how I explained it at the beginning. I think it is 4:30 right now. We'll do second calls for Rob Nelson and Dennis Nelson, I believe? Yes. First thing in the morning at 8:30, and then once we conclude with public testimony, we'll move into committee work. We are done for the day, and we'll see everybody at 8:30 in the morning. Thank you.